You can do this. One of the most used phrases ever to motivate people to do things they never thought were possible. But what does it really mean? Does it take into consideration my disability? Does it take into consideration my finances? I've asked these questions over and over as I've grown up. The only answer I've come across that makes any sense is another question. Do I have the willpower to do this? It's not about what we struggle with. It's not about what we don't have. It's about what we do have. And we have willpower. We have love and support from friends and family. We want to see things and experience things. We are not traveling with disabilities. No, we are traveling with special abilities. So come, join us with your special abilities.
Hi, everybody. How are you tonight? Well, let's see. It's been crazy around here. We're getting a new roof. Yay. I'm so glad. The last storm we had really kind of like shingles were flying. It was fun. But we're getting a new roof, so it's been a little nuts. So if anybody was paying attention to my last community chat, I was talking about doing the 75 soft. I know everybody's familiar, or most people are familiar with the 75 hard, which I think Amy is doing from Amethyst Haze. She does it every couple of times a year and does very well. I didn't know there was a 75 soft. I guess had I known there was a 75 soft, I probably would have tried it sooner. A lot of people who are familiar with me and my channel know that I was told that I had to become a vegetarian because of my kidney issues and my MS and some of my health concerns, and drink distilled water. So I bought a water distiller. My hair's a little crazy. I guess it wants to do a kind of a roller coaster thing. Anyway, yeah, so it's been really kind of a crazy week and a crazy month. Oh, I have a friend. Let's get this friend up here. Hi, Jason. How are you?
Heyo.
Can you hear me all right?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Hey, check out your hat.
I know, right?
I love
That's
it.
usually my streaming. It's the one I have every time I go into like videos with just my beanie.
Your beanie. That's cool.
Yeah.
Well, this is your first time being up here. What do you think?
It's first time. First time for everything, I guess. Yeah.
Well, let me take a
Yeah.
minute and introduce Jason to everyone. Jason Trevino is our local bass guitar extraordinaire, music man, race car driver. No, not a race car driver. He drives a Jeep. I love his Jeep. Dear friend of ours, very personable, very a good friend. I don't know how to describe you. Let me think. A little crazy. It's been a little crazy around here. Jason is also my neighbor. We reside in a 2-family house, and Jason is our upstairs neighbor, and we're grateful for that because it's nice to cohabitate in the same building with people who have similar interests and try not to rub each other the wrong way. It could be difficult, you know. We all have crazy schedules. Everybody's coming and going different times of day and night, and it seems to work out pretty good for us anyway. Yeah. So what do you think of the roofing job? It's been fun, huh?
At least it's better than it was before. I mean, it's more it's gonna with the new shingles, it'll
Oh,
keep it from leaking that's the whole reason why the shingles are being replaced because I was experiencing a lot of leaking during the
right,
rains,
right.
some of the rains.
Well, you know what? It also when shingles or a roof that has shingles missing, every storm we had would find shingles out in the yard, and so not only was it leaking, it lets in the cold, it lets in the heat.
Oh
It
yeah.
we have a resident bird in the front porch. Different things like that. So having a new roof is going to improve the overall performance of the building, the overall structure, and it's a very big added asset, especially for the tenants here. To be able to, this summer is probably just going to be brutal again with the heat. It's already kind of started off and on, but thank goodness we've had an extended our spring. Our
Yeah.
our spring starts in February. Everybody else's spring don't start till later in the year. But yeah. So I think it will help our heating and our electric and our summer air conditioning because it will be in one added protection and like cap it. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, definitely so.
So how's your music going? You doing a lot of practicing and
Well, it's just basically just every week. We only have practices every week. We usually the songs are pretty easy to play. Well, over the time we've been kind of playing like sort of the same songs over and over again. So over time, like it gets easier to actually play them. But every so often, we'll start to play something that's new, and then I'll take a little bit more practice, especially because, well, you got the guitar part, and then you got the other person doing piano or the drums, or I wouldn't say the drums. I can't remember what they're called, but it's like a little box that you just sit on top and you just drum it.
right, yeah, I've
Um, and
heard
then
of
of
those.
course the bass. But of course, when playing music on a bass is pretty easy. You don't have to do like crazy hand movements just to play a note like on a
Isn't
regular
it
guitar.
Isn't it kinda muscle memory? You get to a point where it's just automatic muscle memory from learning the same song and practicing over and over,
Well, pretty much yes.
which is pretty cool. Pretty cool. Yeah, man, what a day today it's been just ugh, I don't know,
Yeah, I'd imagine.
the pit bull next door wasn't chained up, and, the dog
Nala.
bark and bark and bark at everybody and everything. Oh, yeah, the poor roofer was pinned over there for a while. Until the owners of the pit bull came out. The pit bull didn't leave his yard, but the roofer was afraid of him, just stood there leaning against the pole, waiting for them to come out and take the dog back in.
Yeah, Nala can be very intimidating at times because her size, especially her
She
size.
don't bite, does she?
Oh, no.
No, I didn't think so. She's just a big baby.
Yeah, she is basically.
Unless
Now,
you're
when
a
it comes to
unless you're
like
a cat, we have to
or a stray
remember.
dog
Or
or
cat.
another dog that happens to go into that property, because yeah, I think there's already been one dog that was killed
Oh, that
for
little
going
dog.
over there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. But the lab across the street, what's his name? Uh, Gator. What what's his name? The
I
brown lab that's across the street. The lady who has the pigs owns them.
I don't know the dog's name. I actually didn't even know they actually had a dog.
Yeah, that big brown lab with the collar. That's theirs.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
Yeah, they came fetching them one day.
Oh wait, never actually. Now to think about it, yeah, I do remember seeing them because I remember he was walking down to the next block to go grab the dog.
Right.
Yeah.
And the grandma lady, the Nana, the older lady, and and the lady who's the justice of the peace.
Yeah,
It's her,
Roxanne.
Roxanne. It's Roxanne's dog or Roxanne's
Yeah.
family's dog. So yeah, that was pretty cool. Yeah, so I don't know if you've ever heard of it's like it's not a diet, it's more like a routine kind of watch what you eat and then exercise a certain amount, do some personal meditation, stuff like that. It's called 75 hard.
I've never heard of that one.
So it's like 75 days of hard, like you exercise for 45 minutes or an hour twice a day. You meditate for a certain amount of time. You read so many pages in a book. You know what I mean? You eat right. So there's a 75 soft is what I'm getting at. And
Yeah.
this 75 soft is um, not as not as strict or whatever. So I was going to do that on a live show every day for 75 days. And then I had the kidney issues for the past, 2 weeks, almost in a month.
Yeah.
I just been, so now I'm just getting back to feeling well. And it's like, now I got to start it again.
Fair. Fair.
So everybody here was going to do it with me. Everybody's watching a couple other videos. There's like, I'm not the only one in the traveling community who has live shows tonight. Ocean
Yeah.
to Ocean is on right now, and there's a Bible show on tonight, and a couple of other things going on. But I go on. I don't, whoever shows up. Which twin is that one?
This one is Mina.
Hi, Mina. Nina or Mina?
Mina.
Mina.
Yeah. Her sister's right over here, but I'm not gonna reach all the way to the end of the bed.
I don't blame her. I'm in my office chair. Look, I still have my tree. I still have my tree up.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I mean, well, it's
Well,
pretty
I was
common.
sick, Plus, we didn't get everything up till late, so yeah.
Yeah, I mean, my mom, they have their tree up still right now.
Oh, so I'm not the only weirdo in the neighborhood.
Basically, it's pretty normal. Like I said, it's pretty normal.
Well, yeah, normal for us anyway. I didn't know anybody else was like us. Well, your parents went on a cruise. They had a great time. A lot of people from the community, the cruise community, watch my show and are usually here. My oldest daughter was going to be here, but she has trying to remember fibromyalgia, and she did a plus size photo shoot this past a day and a half ago, and it made her she had to climb up and down a flight of stairs a few times to go down to get changed and get makeup and then go back up to wherever the photo shoot was. So she was
Yeah.
up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down, and then it's kind of, it doesn't seem like a lot of work to be a model, but it is. So yeah, she wore herself out. Now she's like sick as a dog. But I do the same thing. If I wear myself out, I'm sick for days. So
Yeah, fair.
she was going to come up, and then Kenny was going to come up, but he's watching church. But I don't know if Kenny will come up. You've heard me talk about Kenny. Kenny was the young man that we took on the cruise.
Oh yes.
Well, Disney World, really. The cruise he got was a recipient of the cruise.
Yes.
And so yeah, I wish like somebody would show up. We're the only ones here, but that's all right.
Yeah.
There's
Well, then again, like
always replay.
well, I mean that's true, but also I've never really heard of this website, so that's another thing. Like, is it do many people know about it?
StreamYard is very popular. Yeah, a lot of people use StreamYard. It's just the time of night that I'm trying to do it. What it does is it's a platform that you can live stream and then it goes right to YouTube. So if you were to open your phone, you're using your computer, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
All right, so turn the volume down on your phone and go on YouTube and then click on Traveling with Special Abilities and you'll see us on YouTube.
Okay, yeah.
And right now I'm not paying for my subscription because this is a free streaming service, or you can do a subscription for a certain amount a month or a certain amount a year, and you get other features. So I could stream to Facebook, Instagram,
Okay,
live
yeah, I'm on
Facebook.
YouTube right now.
Yeah. So can you see it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Of course, it's gonna be a little delayed, but
Delayed, of course.
yeah.
Yeah. hmm So yeah, it goes right to YouTube. I actually had invited a couple other the creators who got donated me the walker. I invited them to come up, but I think they're out. See, let me explain. It's called Exploring with Nug, and they're a YouTube channel that
Mhm.
goes around and they search for people who are lost and probably had a crash or something in their vehicle into water. Okay, so
Yeah.
there's these people who go around, a search team. They go around and they get uh, missing persons cases from the police or from people who submit, families and saying, please look for my loved one. And this is the circumstance in that. And
Yeah.
they'll go and they use underwater sonar and different kinds, and they'll look for the vehicles and they'll dive on them and then recover them. Or if there's a body in it, they call the police and the police come and that's what they do.
Yeah.
Um, well, I'm friends with them, and I had been watching them for years and years and years, and so they donated me the walker I got, so I invited them up to talk about the walker and all that, but they I think their schedule, they're supposed to be going to Georgia to go on a missing case they already checked out, but they didn't get to go to all the different waterways around there.
Okay.
So even if they go a couple of days and if they don't find anything, then they'll come back later in the year or when the weather's better or whatever and try different areas if they get more information or whatever, then they come back. So a lot of times they'll end up going back and back, and they do find people. They do find missing people, and it's really great that they do that because it gives the family some closure. So,
Yeah.
it's
Interesting.
hard when you don't have the body, and you
Yeah.
don't have the answers even. You don't know what happened. Did they have an accident? Did they unalive themselves? Was it foul play? Was it, what caused them to go missing? And what caused them to go missing in their vehicle? Which usually people don't go missing in their vehicle that much, but there's actually a lot of cases of people missing in their vehicles.
Yeah.
More than on land, actually, I think, or just as many. So they're being quiet. Usually I can hear them bouncing around, playing with their toys.
No, they're both on the bed right now, and Whittles is probably up front.
What so you said that's your beanie for live streams. What other live streams do you do?
Uh, Not really live streams. Is so I have to go into like voice chats, like on Discord with with other streamers and their chat. This is usually the headgear I tend to wear a lot.
I've used Discord a couple of times. Well, I used Discord a lot when I was playing a lot of RuneScape. In fact, I
Oh
just
yeah.
recovered my character from RuneScape and been playing RuneScape with my son, which is
Okay.
kind of
Okay.
neat.
Okay.
Because he's way out in Kentucky, so and he works all the time. So when we can spend a night just hanging out playing RuneScape together, it's kind of almost like, oh, I get to spend time with my son again, which is
Oh yeah. Fair.
different, different from me after not having that access to him for so long.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, Becky's like, I need my office chair. I'm gonna get an office chair finally, so that she won't be stealing my. Well, I told her, I said, take mine if you want. Take mine, and I want to kind of get like a wingback chair, a more
Oh, okay.
comfortable chair that I don't need to like. Well, I kind of like moving, but even this, how uncomfortable I get. You're with me enough. So Jason, so that people who are watching know, Jason does a lot of fun stuff with us. He takes us to San Antonio, and we go and anybody who watches my videos saw the uh, Dick's Last Resort videos. And um, remember when we went eating up at Dick's Last Resort? That's on my channel. I got segments of that up. And, the Christmas lights,
Okay. I
when
remember
we
the
went
Christmas lights. I just don't remember the other
Dick's
place.
Last Resorts at Riverwalk when you had the steak in
Oh.
the
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Now I remember now.
that day we spent in San Antonio.
Yeah.
That was fun, except for that dude. That dude
Oh.
was quite the, sick individual. Sick as in
Yeah.
not well, overdose, kinda. Almost an
Well.
overdose. He was pretty close.
Oh no, that was the same guy that we found on the like lying face first on the
Unconscious, yeah.
sidewalk.
Yeah.
I remember that now because that
Yeah,
was the
yeah.
time that we had to take Rebecca over to the concert. But
Right, right.
yeah.
I'm glad she got to go to the concert that night, but she felt funny. She felt like she needed to stay with that lady because of the help the lady had given her. So
Oh
she felt
yeah.
obligated to kind of hang out there right with her, you know what I mean? But
Oh yeah, definitely so.
yeah, so
The very last minute thing, and she was able to. And well,
if it
fortunately, like,
wasn't meant to work out, it wouldn't have, you
oh
know.
yeah,
That's how I see it. It's like an opportunity opens when you're supposed to have that opportunity.
oh yeah.
Yeah. So what's coming up? Wildhog, right? Is that next? The solar eclipse that's coming
Yes,
up.
we got.
Wildhog.
Well, there's Valentine's tomorrow, and then of course there's a Wildhog in March, which we still got to set up for because well, the church has still got to get things ready for the stand. We still need to order like bottles of water, and I gotta check to see if we have like adequate enough supplies that we'll be giving out Wildhog Saturday. Um, but it's only gonna be that Saturday. Uh, that I'm gonna be working the shift. Most likely, I'm probably gonna be the one setting up the shift or setting up the stand early in the morning. Or we'll set up. I mean, we'll leave the materials like right there on Friday,
Yeah.
and then uh we'll set up some of the stuff, but the rest of the stuff, like actually getting ice in the ice chest and then stuffing all the water in there, most likely will probably be on my end.
Yeah.
if it's gonna be the same
Well,
thing like it was last year.
Rebecca said something about you do everybody's lunches so they get a break.
Oh, yeah, last year, I did their breaks so they can get their lunch. Um, I might do that again, uh, but I think, like, you had to you had told me that you actually wanted to try going to the Wildhog this year.
Yeah, I
So,
would like to. I know you said it's a lot of walking around, but I got the walker now, and
yeah,
it has a seat I can sit in.
of
It's
course,
not
the
like
only
trying to shove the wheelchair through or my electric wheelchair getting stuck in the mud or
Oh,
whatever.
yeah,
You know,
definitely so.
walker is, like a huge shout out thank you to Exploring with Nug, because without that walker, I I've lived here, what, 6 years, 7 years, and I haven't been able to go to Wild Hog yet because of, n not being ease of access for me. So if it works out and the walker works out, I'll be able to go to Wild Hog, which will be awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's just another thing, to consider is, like, the weather. Usually, it's pretty hot during that time of year.
Well, I have an umbrella, and
Yeah,
I do have cooling fan I have a cooling blanket and cooling fans, like,
yeah.
a cooling pad. It's like this big, and it's actually for the dogs, but they're washed, but
Oh,
it
yeah.
if you just set them on them, it's really cool, it's
And,
somebody's
well,
watching. Whoever it is, come up and say hi. Say hi
another
in the
thing is,
chat.
like, where we have our stand is, we do have shade. It's right next to where the the art displays are at.
Oh, okay.
So we tend to hang out there
I
and,
could bug your mother for a little while.
oh, yeah, and then, everybody else that shows that tends to show up, but, yeah, we have a decent area where we set up where it's like there's an overhead hang right next on the side of the building.
Oh, okay.
So we get pretty good shade over there. Of course, it's just the wind if it's gonna be hot, the breeze is gonna be kinda hot.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Do they have tents and junk? I mean, does pe what exactly Becky says it's kinda like a carnival and a cook-off and
Yes.
the whole thing.
When you first walk in, you're gonna see like all the stands, whether they sell merchandise or it's just family wanna hang out. Some stands that cook up barbecue. Because what the Wild Hog also does on Saturdays, that's uh towards more like the later morning slash early afternoon. That's when they hold their their barbecue competition.
Oh,
So
okay.
early Saturday mornings, people would show up to their stands and, cook up their barbecue, whether it be brisket, whether it be ribs, you name it, and they put it into the competition. So, so that first part is gonna be where all the stands are at, and everybody doing their barbecue or selling merchandise, and then further to the back is gonna be where the carnivals are at.
That's cool.
And, like, actually, I forgot the other part. You walk in, you got all the tents. Towards the back is the carnival rides, but to the right of or to the left of it, that's where they'll have their stock shows and auctions.
Oh, okay.
So they have, like, all the livestock of whoever's gonna be, selling livestock or just having them out on display.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do they show them and have competitions and ribbons and whatever?
Now
Like
the
for the
actual the rodeo itself, that will be on the Sunday.
okay.
Yeah. That'll be Sunday starting at 12. We usually start off with the cowboy church at 12 for about an hour, and then the rest of the rodeo goes on until 6 o'clock.
Oh, cool. See, I love that. That's cool.
Now, I failed to mention about Fridays. Fridays, the and it's not when the official cook-off kicks off, but the Fridays is usually when they have their art competition. What else do they have? I know the big one is the art competition. They have it
There
in the same
must
build.
be some really awesome local artists.
Oh yeah, I remember turning in one of my paintings that I did back when I was in high school, and I actually made second place.
Oh, that's cool.
I haven't. My mom still has it over at her house. One of these days, I gotta go look it up. But it was just completely random painting I did, and my art teacher was like, "Hey, it looks pretty good. Do you want to like turn it into the Wildhog?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure, why not?" And I actually got second place.
Oh, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. See, a hidden talent that I didn't know. Something I don't know about you.
Yeah. Be honest, like, even though, like, the painting was, like, very I wouldn't say it's very much different because, like, what they usually, do when it comes to the competition is they go for anything that's Wild Hog themed.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Mine was just a painting, like, some basic painting of a wolf on a ledge howling at the moon,
Oh, that's cool though.
and it's just howling, and then you got the moon, like, in the background.
Oh,
It
all
was just
right.
completely basic and completely out there, not part of the theme, but somehow I
Off
still got a
off
win
topic
for
it
it.
was. It was just out of
Yeah.
genre.
Oh, yeah, definitely so.
That's funny. Yeah, it's funny. Well, hey, they got tired of looking at hogs.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Oh man, half of them aren't even wild hoggets anyway. They're domestic.
Yeah, but they still come over here. They're still out in the brushlands.
No, I mean the ones they cook off. It's
Oh,
really
yeah.
not wild hog. It's domestic.
Oh, yeah.
Have you had wild hog before? Real wild
No,
hog?
no, I haven't, even though that, we get plenty of the wild hog and javelinas out here. Then again, I don't really the only kind of barbecue I just eat is just mainly just the brisket.
Right,
So,
yeah. I'm a brisket person, definitely.
oh yeah, and a lot of these guys that come over here, like from not just locals, but like people from different states come over here, and their cooking is like
Different. Yeah,
it's awesome.
yeah, yeah. Well, variety, you know?
Oh yeah.
When like even different barbecues and different barbecue sauces from different parts of like Louisiana is different from Georgia, the Carolinas, Louisiana here. They all got a different twang, a different slant to them, a
Oh
dry
yeah.
rub or a wet rub or a actual sauce. You know, it's all regional. And then when
Uh,
you bring in other regions into a place that's used to one way, and you infuse that other region in there, it's like, whoa, that's totally, that's good. That's totally different.
yeah.
Like the drunken chef when I won that Devil Dog's dust, that rub that I
Oh
won. Oh
yeah.
my gosh, is that good? $15 for the bottle. I should go get it just to show it. Yeah, so I won that. That was pretty cool. I was so happy to win that. But,
Oh yeah.
man,
It
is
was it
that
was good. Like I would just pour it in my hand, and I would just eat it like right off my hand.
it is good stuff. It I would invite them to come on my show, but I'm, like, friends with them, but I don't, have them on Messenger or anything. It's like,
Yeah.
I never know. I'll have to, Devil Dog's keeper, which is Devil Dog's wife, I have her email. I'll have to tell her, "Hey,
Okay.
I'm trying to get Devil Dog and Gary to come over. to my show sometime. I'd want him to be a guest star and talk about Devil Dog Dust, or even get the drunken chef as a Texan.
Oh yeah.
So I have to. Did you see the little Texas logo? I should go get that bottle. Hang on, wait a
Might
minute.
as well.
Let me get that bottle. Ugh. Not that far, thank goodness. Now let's see if we can.
Yeah.
Can you see it?
Yeah, it's a little blurry, but and of course, like the screen is kind of bright, so it's really reflecting the white off of it.
I know. It's like. Well, anyway, Devil Dog's Drunken Chef's Devil Dog, but right here is the Texas logo. Wait a minute. I'm not good at this. Right there is the Texas logo.
Okay. Oh yeah, I see it now. I was trying to
So
see
anybody who wants Devil Dog Dust, go to Drunken Chef barbecue.com. $15 a bottle, and it's pretty big, 4 or 5 ounces, 6 ounce bottle. Pretty good. Even though we've used a lot of it, see, it doesn't seem like a lot. Like, you used it, I've used it. Heck, I throw it in beans, I throw it in on burgers, I throw it on steak, chicken, salad. I've been putting it in everything. Yeah, I didn't want to turn my overhead light on because I haven't quite taken down my tree or any Christmas decorations, and I didn't feel up to all that. So I'm like, oh, if I keep my lights down, no, we'll never know. So I'm sitting in a dark room. Let me see. I did make my other light dark. Come on. Hello. Yeah, it doesn't want to. Oh, I guess that's as light as it goes. My oldest daughter got me a lighted up mirror, and it just doesn't seem to want to be very bright. And I got my ring light. I mean, I can turn that up. But then I get all washed out. So I didn't want to be too washed out. There. Whatever. Whatever. Oh, 2 people are here. Somebody say hello. 3 people are here. Somebody say hello. Are you lurkers or are you friendly? I know there's got to be people I know in here. Otherwise, why would you be here? I'm a weirdo. Well, Jason knows that. We've been friends for quite a while now. You, me, Rebecca.
Oh yes, a few years actually.
What, 3, 4?
Yeah,
How long has it been?
yeah,
3?
4 years.
4 years, yeah. Well, we've been in Catula for 5, 6, want to say.
Well, because I think y'all got here the same time that I had already moved to San Antonio, and that was 2017.
Right.
Because
We
it
got
was
here
later.
right after the Hurricane Harvey displaced us.
Yeah, and that was I think I want to say
2018?
Let me look that up really quick. Oh, my internet's kind of lagging.
Yeah, I know. Mine just kind of spaced out. I think yours spaced out for a minute.
Yeah, it was August 2017.
Oh, okay. And you moved to San Antonio
In April of 2017.
So April, May, June, July, August, 4 months before we moved here.
Yeah.
That's cool. Because we started this channel in 2018.
Okay.
We went to our first video was up at the Alamo and the Riverwalk. It was like a 90-degree day, and it had been so hot that summer that it was a 90-degree day, and it felt nice. It was like, oh, it's so cool. It's not boiling hot. I can breathe. And we could actually walk around without sweating to death. Imagine not sweating at 90 degrees because it's cooler than the 114 it had been.
I'm kind of used to like even the hundreds.
Oh, I'm not. I'm spoiled. I can't breathe. Ugh.
I just grew up here, so I've kind of just always been used to the temperatures.
I'm a lily-livered white person. A very pale white person. Actually, I tan better than Rebecca, though, strangely.
Yeah.
It's like we're both the same amount of French and the same amount of Irish, but she's more pale, fair skin than I am. I know. Seems weird. We have different skin tones, but doesn't help that I'm jaundiced all the time. From my kidneys not working.
Fair.
Yep.
So hey, I'm probably gonna have to log off because my computer is really acting kind of slow right now. I don't know why.
That's okay.
I'll probably be back.
Oh, you can come back anytime. I'll probably be yakking up here by myself for a while.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and restart my laptop.
Okay.
Alrighty.
See you later. So that was Jason, everybody. He's been a friend for quite a while. He's very supportive of me and my daughter. He's a good friend, real helpful. Anything we need, if there's an emergency, whatever, we call on him. He's just a nice guy, and a patriot. He served for our country, and he saw a lot of crap. I want to tell you, he saw a lot of junk. So we are honored to be his friend and lucky to have him. So he's a good guy. So I was going to come on and do 75 soft every day for 75 days, and then I was having trouble with my kidneys. That happens quite a bit, but I was hoping that I would stay long enough to maybe do that, because I've been gaining weight. I don't want to gain weight. I want to lose weight, get healthy again. And like I said, Nug, exploring with Nug, Jeremy, really, really helped me by getting me that walker. Helped me to gain some independence, be able to walk and not be always in a wheelchair. Because without the walker, I can't walk. And standard walkers, they don't. I'm a big girl. I'm almost 300 pounds. And a standard walker just, there's no way it would cut it. You know, I have to be able to stand up straight. My back is destroyed. Between the scoliosis and everything wrong with my back. I'm trying to start my tablet so I can maybe run the video that Nug made. Because I think he gave me permission, so I think I'll like to show that and to be able to let, sort of help him out, give him some airtime and say thank you again and give him a chance, you guys a chance to meet Nug and understand what a great thing he did for me. So his channel is Exploring with Nug. Let me see if I can open up. That's going to make me just freeze. That's going to make me freeze. Let me do it this way. I'll put a link to his channel in the description after the show's over. Because I want everybody to go over and give him some thanks for helping me to be more independent, to be more healthy, to get more exercise, to be up and about. I don't want to be trapped in this house. I don't want to be stuck not being out and being active. That's kind of why I was glad Jason came up, and he'll be back probably. And I'm getting a little sentimental here, but he helps get me out. He helps give me the freedom to go places and do things. He takes me to the hospital. He takes me and Becky to the hospital so we're not alone when I go for my operations. I owe Jason a lot. He's a good guy. Yeah, here we go. Waterworks. Anyway, I found out I'm not the only one who does Waterworks. On their channel during their show. It's hard not to. I mean, it really is hard not to. Especially when you're so appreciative of the blessings and the people that you have in your life. It's important, to have the people who are there for you, not for themselves, not for any other reason, but to be helpful and to be caring of other human beings. That's important. That's what we need in this world. More of, I tell you, more of that. People that just don't say they're going to be there and aren't, or people that say they care and they really don't. It's sad. It is kind of really sad. Let me see if I can make myself bigger. I don't know how to do that. I'm already on solo layout. New layout. I guess this is as big as I can make myself. Okay, let's see. I'll pull up this video and hopefully you guys will be able to see it. Because I don't have premium, I can't share. Playlist. Okay. I can't share a clip, and I'm still learning. There's a lot of things about StreamYards and YouTube, and even though I've been doing it a while, there's a lot of things I haven't quite. Aha, here it is. Okay, it's a short, and be sure to check out Exploring with Nug. Let's see if I can. Hopefully. Oh, you can't hear it. Wait a minute. Thank you. Okay. Hang on a minute. Like everything that didn't download on my computer is now going to go crazy. All the Snapchats. Okay. Now, let's see if you'll be able to see this. Ooh. I'm going to have to show it at an angle, I guess. Let me see. Oh, come on. This is going to annoy me because I'm not sure what I'm doing. Oh, here we go. All right. Why is it showing a bus in the background? Thank you. Is that the South Park? Oh, it's the teal one. Ooh, it is pretty. This is what I need is just to be able to stand up straight. Being able to walk up straight like that, it's going to be a lot of help.
Because of all of you wonderful supporters, we were able to raise the funds to get Miss Lorraine the walker that she so badly needed. And if any of you guys would like to continue supporting us, make sure to head over to rapidcc.org and consider donating.
Okay, we're gonna be weird here. Okay, well, I got that sorted to work. Hopefully. Let's turn that off. Ugh. Yeah, for some reason I got like a green screen thing going on and it causes shadows and you can see like different other things. I don't know. I had to straighten all that out and I apologize, but yeah, that's the walker and that's Nug. And you know, him and his subscribers are, and that community is so wonderful, so caring and giving. Like I said, Nug goes out and finds people who have ended up in rivers and lakes and waterways when they go missing, and to be that kind of search and rescue, to be able to um, honor the families by being able to bring back their loved ones. Uh, it's such a noble thing to do, such an honorable thing to do. All that community, and Nug's just part of that community, but all the search and rescue community and communities, Adam Brown Adventures is also another channel. They're just wonderful, honest, down to earth people who really care. They really put themselves at dangerous risk. Sometimes they go in neighborhoods that aren't the safest neighborhoods. They go in water that's dangerous. You know, alligators, water moccasins, chunks of metal, cement, trees, you know, all the hazards that you find scuba diving in bayous and lakes and rivers. You know, they're you know, over in Georgia a lot. They're in Florida a lot with alligators. They're here in Texas. We have alligators. We have tons of water moccasins. We have, you know, they've dove in sketchy neighborhoods. They went to New York off of Liberty Island where the Statue of Liberty is. You know, people like that. And then he took a minute, you know, he took a minute to care about me. Nobody does that for me. And that's why I had Jason come on too, because he's a man who served our country, who has a lot of his own issues. And they take time for me. And I've never had that. I've had a lot of fake people, you know, 2 fake husbands who said they cared. I've had fake doctors, I've had fake family and fake friends, and, you know, but to have people who are real in your life is unusual in my case, not common. You know, I'm a real person. I treat people like real people. And I love them and care about them and check on them. And anybody who knows me knows how I care about Kenny. I give my life for Kenny. He's like a kid to me. He's like one of my children. Jason, the same thing. You know, Jason's like, excuse me. Jason's like a son. So I got the walker and I'm feeling better, and I want to try that 75 soft for all of you who want to try it with me. Leave a comment down below, and when even now or when you log in or when you rewatch this or whatever, leave it in the comments. Let me know when a good time to get started is. I know that Valentine's Day is tomorrow. It's funny because I forgot. If it wasn't for Jason, I wouldn't even think of the fact that tomorrow's Valentine's Day. And I want to, even though I got a late start, I want to make this a good year for me, health wise, mentality wise, my mental. Sorry, I have an eyelash now. My mental status, my plans for the future, my goals. I have so many things that every time I get sick, I have to catch up on, i.e., i.e., Christmas. Gotta go. Bye-bye, Christmas. Before it's Christmas again, and I won't even have to put it back up. Health-wise and my mental state and my financial got to get in order, and what do I want to do from here? My goals are to get a bus. My goal is to get a bus. My goal is to get a bus. I figure if I say it 3 times, it will work. They say putting it out there, things do come true. So, if I could get my finances caught up, I spent on Christmas. Of course I did. Oh, hey, here comes Kenny. Speaking of Kenny. Hi, Kenny.
Howdy.
Did you hear me talking about you?
No, I was actually just got through watching Nautical Nurse Nancy.
Yeah, I had a guest on a few minutes ago, but his computer's acting up. And we were talking about, that I was on when some of your other shows that you keep up with, some of your other regular programmed people were on, and that you'd probably be up after. But yeah, I was just talking about being grateful.
Yeah.
And crying.
I
was saying that I love you like a son, and how grateful I am that you're in my life. So yeah, and then I stopped crying and pop, here comes Kenny. Because I got a walker, Did you see that video?
I've seen that.
Just played
it. She just ended on her show, so.
Where are they're talking about a new cruise?
They had just got off of the Symphony of the Seas.
Oh wow, that's a big ship.
Her and Q's Cruisers, Sarah.
Oh, okay.
They went. They went for her birthday, actually. Sarah's birthday, Q's Cruise.
Right.
And so, yeah, they just gotten off of that, not here recently. So I think last week sometime, or
Yeah, that's cool. In fact, the guest that I just had, Jason, he's our we live in a two-family house. He's our upstairs neighbor.
Uh-huh.
He's that friend who helped us bring the wheelchairs to the airport, and we've been friends for 4 years, 5 years, something like that. And um, so he lives upstairs. So he was just on here. His parents just got off a cruise in Galveston. They just went
Yeah.
on a cruise and come home too. Now they're putting a new roof on. We're getting a new roof this week.
That's good. But I know that Eddie Lugo and his crew just got off of the Prima about a week or so ago.
And that was in Galveston?
Yeah.
That might have been the ship they were on.
It was the Prima. It was out of Galveston, and then controversial cruising Scott. He was on the Jubilee the same time around. Eddie Lugo was on the Prima, so
they were on the Carnival Jubilee.
Yep.
This is them. Let me see.
Yeah.
I can never do this right. It's like.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see now. Okay.
That's my landlords and Jason's parents, and they were just got off the Jubilee last weekend.
Okay.
So they were probably with somebody that you just said.
Yeah, and I think Bone Tired Travelers, Denise, she got off the Valor, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Because Bone Tired Travelers, Denise, and Controversial Cruising, Scott.
Yeah.
They were talking about cruising around that same time period, but they were on two different ships.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow. That's a train whistle. Sounds like a car. Sounds like cars, but it's not. We moved closer. We're downtown now, and we are closer to the trains.
Yeah, I gotta figure out what's happened to my bathroom lights.
They went out.
I went in there to turn the light on to use the bathroom, and no light. I don't know what happened.
Are they off in a different part of the house too, or because you just popped a fuse?
I'm thinking a breaker might have blew, and I don't know which one blew.
You just switch them all on and off. You can see if it's not quite on and it's not quite off. But usually you shut it off.
My breaker box is up here, and I can't reach it.
Oh, yeah. That would be a problem.
My breaker box is up almost toward the top of the...
Up by the top of the ceiling?
Yeah.
Wow.
So, and I don't know, like I said, I don't know which one blew. That might be why my vacuum cleaner quit on me today, too, because I had it, I was vacuuming today. And next thing, I was right in the middle of vacuum. Next thing I knew, it just all of a sudden just quit. The vacuum just quit. And I'm like, what in the world?
all on that one circuit, probably.
And I'm thinking that, and I bet you that if that, I bet you that heater in the bathroom. I bet you it's blowed too. I bet it ain't. I bet it's
It's shut off too. Yeah.
shut off too. And that's that heater that they've been keeping in the bathroom since I've been here. I hadn't touched it, and
You didn't accidentally get it wet, did you?
mm-mm.
No.
No, I that's one. I make sure that when I vacuum the floor in the bathroom and even on the kitchen floor, the wooden kitchen floor, I make sure there's nothing wet even though it is a wet and dry vacuum cleaner.
Well, it's a good idea to be cautious, even though it's a wet dry. Try plugging your vacuum into a different outlet, and then you'll know if it's the circuit or not.
Yeah, I'll have to do that tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
So you didn't get out today? Has it been snowing or raining or?
I'm just on. I can't go see my dad every day. I had to cut back on my transportation.
Well, I knew that.
Actually Mitchell County Transportation actually forced me to cut back on it. So
Oh. Well, you got to go grocery shopping too.
Well, my idea is that I was just gonna go visit my dad Monday through Friday and have the weekend off because I know they don't run on weekends anyway.
Right.
And then just go and visit, and maybe once or twice a month, maybe go to Walmart. But I not that I need to go to Walmart that often. But they told me that I had to because I don't know how they figure their calculations, but they said that it was going to cost them $765 a week just to come out here every day.
That don't sound right.
Well, that's what I spoke with the director for the transportation service, and that's what she told me. Said that it was costing them, and it even though I paid them for a full month in advance of transportation, me paying them $150. I think she said it'd be $153 a month. I believe she said. She said that wouldn't even cover half the cost for my trips. So, because she said you got to consider fuel, time, and all that stuff. And she said I was still putting them $740 in the hole. I don't know how you figure that either, but
no, that don't sound right.
But anyway, But I asked her, I said, are y'all a private business or y'all government funded? And she said, we're a government, state, and federal business. I said, oh, okay.
That makes it even worse.
And I
Yeah,
said,
More sketchy.
she said that the government only allows them so much money. See, I'm not the only one they had to cut back their trips on. They had to do another guy that way too, and he lives in Spruce Pine.
Wow.
And they had that he wanted to use him to go back and forth to work every day, and they told him that they couldn't do that every day either.
Wow.
And
I see our senior bus or our special needs transportation up and down my street 3 or 4 times a day over here. I don't use it, but I could if I wanted to. And I think Jason said it was $25 a month or something.
Well, I know they charge $5 a round trip, so that's $2.50 each way.
Yeah.
And so, and she said that's not even. They actually want. She said that don't even cover half the cost for your trip for the day. And I'm like, I don't get your logic.
How many miles is it from you to
Well,
Spruce Pine?
I put it in Google, and it is about 20 some miles. I think about 22 miles. I think.
And it's like a shuttle bus, kind of like what Troy let you use. Is it kind of like that?
Well, they have those, and then they have like the regular size vans.
The handicap vans, yeah, the small vans or smaller vans, yeah.
Yeah. But that's the one that usually comes and picks me up is the regular size handicap vans. Not those great big ones. Now I have had those great big ones come and pick me up.
Well, that makes it even worse because it's even cheaper on gas.
Well, according to them, it's still not enough money to cover their.
I don't know where they're coming up with those figures. They seem inflated. That seems
Well, I even
unreasonable.
told them, I said, I know I'm not the only one that's paid you all a month in advance for transportation. I know you've had others that probably done that too.
Yeah.
And, but she said, you got to consider we go by mileage too. And I'm like, yeah, I understand that, but still.
The gas prices aren't that high yet.
They wanted me to cut back 2 days a week. They wanted me to only cut back 2 days. And I said, well, how about Monday, Wednesday, and Friday? And they said, okay, we'll try that.
Wow. So you going tomorrow for?
Yeah, I'll be going tomorrow, and I'll be going Friday. So
Doesn't he get married tomorrow?
yeah. That is his special day.
Oh, I know. Did he get a license or?
No, they're not technically gonna go full blown.
Oh, okay. Well, he made it seem like they were doing the whole 9 yards.
No, they're. I don't know what you call it. They were gonna do common law marriage.
Yeah, that's living together for a certain amount of time, and then you don't even really have to have a license for that, but you can go register.
The state of North Carolina does not recognize common law marriage. So
So they're having a ceremony.
They're having some sort of like shindig. I don't know.
Well, it's called a commitment ceremony now. It just means that they're committed to each other.
But
it's still under God, but not under federal government. You know what I mean? It means they're getting married in the eyes of God, but not legal government. People seem to forget that back when, back in like frontier days, people didn't have preachers and legal whatever. It was you jumped over a broomstick and committed to take care of each other for the rest of your life. And that was God ordained that. God saw over that. And that was considered a marriage. And then the state and federal government had to get their 2 cents in so they could make sure that you paid your taxes, which became a marriage license. That's why you go in front of a judge instead. People in my family have gone in front of a judge or a justice of the peace and got married. And my dad and my belief was that didn't count because you want to get married in the eyes of God. That's what counts. That's old-fashioned believing.
Yeah. Well, I know that I believe it's wrong I believe it's wrong for if a couple is living together and not legally married, they're just living together, they're shacking up. That's
right. That's why. But would you think it was wrong if they went in front of a preacher and had God witness their marriage without the federal government piece of paper? The piece of paper. It means nothing. Except for the government to be able to tax you. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I get
your dad isn't wanting to shack up. He's wanting God to bless him.
Mm-hmm. But anyway,
Yeah, we can change the subject. I want to. Were you due to get snow? Did you get any snow or just rain?
I've been getting just rain right now, but I'm hoping that I think it said they were calling for snow later on in the week.
My son's getting snow. My friends in Massachusetts are getting snow.
Hey, J&N Travels, John and Nancy.
Oh, hi, John and Nancy. I didn't even see you guys pop in. Hi. Hey, Kenny, did I tell you about Devil Dog's dust? It's from the Drunken Chef. Drunken Chef barbecue.
Yeah,
that rub.
Yeah.
I use it on. I use it in beans, mashed potatoes. I put it on chicken, beef, whatever. I add it to everything. We were talking. I let Jason have some, and he was pouring it in his hand and eating it. I had to ask him for it back before he ate it all. It's like $15 for a bottle, but man, is this good? And it's hot. I mean, you only have to put a teeny bit, and it is hot. Well, I won this on YouTube Police's channel.
Beltway, 29. Isn't it?
$15. Oh, his his channel name is
Beltway 29.
Belt Loop 29. Yep. Same guy. He has like 5 channels. He's got YouTube Police, Belt Loop 29. I don't know. I can't keep track. And then there's Devil Dog and Devil Dog's Keeper. They just had a meetup.
Are you saying Devil Dog is the same person as Belt Loop 29?
No, 2 different people.
Okay.
But they're
I thought it was.
They're like partners. They co-channel together.
Okay, kind of like when I link up with the Astute Tourist then.
Right. And like you used to do with Ron when you were doing stuff with Ron for a while there. So
somebody asked about Ron Darrell the other day, and
Diane answered. Ron's computer died, but Ron was back out of the hospital and he's feeling better.
Yeah.
He's doing okay from what I heard. I only go by what his daughter says. I don't go by all the rumors. Too many rumors. You know I hate rumors. But yeah, so my landlord just went on a cruise. And are you going to do that, or try to do the rock and roll cruise?
Yeah, that's the one that
Sean and Alana are coming out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Are you going to do that? Because I'm thinking of...
that's what I'm thinking about doing. Bruce is supposed to be getting in touch with me tomorrow. And
I have to wait till March 3rd when my check comes in. But I think I'm going to do the $125 deposit so that it's... I don't understand that $50 deposit.
Well, $50 deposit is
towards Helping Hands.
No. Well, I'm not really sure either, but I just know that they said the $50 was to put it in hold. To hold, it's a group rate or whatever.
And the $125 is to book it.
And the $125 is to book it.
To give you a room number.
Yeah.
I'm going to fight you over the better handicap room, you know. You got the better one last time.
Well, see, Marjorie was wanting me to share a room with her.
Oh, Marjorie Ambrose. Yeah.
Was wanting me to share a room with her and split the cost. But
well, that will be good.
But I also said I'm also a type of person that likes to have my own private room, private space.
Yeah, it would be uncomfortable, I'm sure. And you don't know Marjorie like that. Well,
yes, no, I don't know her that well, and she seems like a really nice person.
We're not saying anything bad. We're just saying, you know, it's hard for a 30-year-old man to share a room with a woman that he barely knows, and has different habits.
Yeah.
But I can understand her wanting to save money.
Yeah. But see, the
Even
thing
me, if I said, "Hey, Kenny, do you want to share a room, me and you?" That would be weird too. In a way. And we know each other well
yeah.
enough that we could probably pull it off, but it'd still be odd,
Yeah.
uncomfortable. How do you say it? Just straight, a little beyond cozy.
Yeah. Well, especially when you and you both have to use that same bathroom.
I know. Yeah, I know that one too well. TMI, too much information. We won't go down that yellow brick road. No, no, she would be better off finding another female that she could room with. But I'm not volunteering my room. I'm gonna bring Rebecca, but I'm trying to get Nicole to come too. That would be fun, wouldn't it?
Yeah. But
I'm trying to surprise Rebecca with it.
like,
Oh, are you all right?
yeah, I'm fine.
It looked like you whacked your camera.
No, I didn't whack my camera.
There was a flash of light and a woohoo. Oh, all right. It's just the way.
That was my water cup. See, I got a cup of water plus I drink coffee at the same time. So
It's like snap.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm gonna fight you for the better room.
But yeah, I told Bruce, I said I know Marjorie wants to share a room, but I said I told him, I said I don't even know if she's even got a handicap accessible room, and I need a handicap accessible room. And he said, well, I can move Marjorie to a handicap accessible room. But I also told him, I said, I'm the type of person that likes my own private room, so that, you know.
Even with like Troy after a while, you know? Troy's not too bad to travel with and share a room, but even still. That's a whole other thing of worms. Bag of worms.
That would be one image he would never get. He would never get out of his mind, I don't think.
You're not living any of that down. Never, ever. I was going to say something on your grave like, Kenny, put a sock on the doorknob.
Oh.
Come on, John. Do you want to come up? I can put the... Let me post... Are you still there, John? Nancy? Are they even there? There's no one there. Nobody's here. It's just us.
I
was going to put the link in the chat, but why? There's nobody watching us.
But
invite somebody, Kenny. We're here alone. We're going to talk about stuff we don't want to talk about.
Well, I'd say most of them are probably in bed, getting ready to go to bed. because it is almost midnight here.
Oh yeah, Rebecca will be here soon. Maybe she'll say hi. Yeah, Jason was gonna come back, but he's probably trying to go to bed. His bedroom is above mine, but he can't go to sleep. I'm yakking too loud.
But yeah, that was really strange for when I walked into that bathroom and kind of find out no lights. And I'm like, oh.
You better bring your phone with you from now on so you have a flashlight.
Have better bad news. The flashlight don't work.
Oh, Kenny, you're gonna give yourself a swirly. Do you know what a swirly is? When you trip and you fall head first, or somebody pushes your head in the toilet.
You should see me trying to go to the bathroom in the dark.
No, I don't want to see that. It's like this. Yep, that's the toilet. Now wait, how do I wait. I gotta get around the corner. Wait, how do I get around? Wait, I gotta turn around. Well, at least you can get your walker in there. My walker don't fit in my bathroom.
See,
Just like I told you.
I got a wide bathroom, so.
Mine's tiny for such a big house, right? And then the bathroom is just as tiny as my cabin one. No room. No room. So will you get an inside cabin or one with a view? I was
I'm not
at
sure
the price.
which one. I'm not sure which one. I just know Bruce was going to give me a pricing of what it'd be for if I shared it. He was going to give me what it'd
Single
be
occupancy?
for single occupancy and for if I share it with somebody.
Oh, okay. It's like, I mean, I got a photograph of it, so I know what the prices are. Let me think.
Mm-hmm.
Here it is. Let's see here. Interior double occupancy, $2,761.88. A balcony, ocean view is $2,925.08. Double occupancy. A balcony is $3,230, and a mini suite's $3,485. Yeah, it includes a drink package, specialty dining, and $100 onboard credit, all port fees and taxes and gratuities. Call Bruce at I guess it's Bruce, right? 888-833-626-8728. Book today.
Yeah, he's going to call me tomorrow and let me know what it'd be, because I know there's quite a few YouTubers that's going on there that I have not met yet.
That you want to meet?
Like, for example, Jimmy the Astute Tourist, he's going on it,
Right.
and Orange Cone Vlog is going on it,
right?
And Bruce and Cindy, they're going on it.
I don't know if that's Bruce's number or the Astute Tourist.
That's Bruce's. Well, that's his toll-free number. But I called it yesterday, and I had to get to him through his. I have his actual cell number, but
Well, I was going to plug it, and I don't know if he wants his cell phone number on YouTube. But let me plug this, and I'll read the whole thing, so it's like an advertisement, kind of an advertisement. So any of the cruising community, any of the travel community, any influencers, and anybody, and even if you're not, this is the Rock and Roll Tribute Cruise. It's here. The Rock and Roll Tribute Cruise is a fundraiser for Helping Hands for Cruising. If you want to book, a $50 deposit is due by March 24th, 2024 to hold your place. We have the limited availability, and a portion of your cruise fare is tax deductible to our registered 501(c)(3). The 501(c)(3). This is the Rock and Roll Tribute Cruise featuring tribute bands from The Who and Pink Floyd. Special t-shirts, badging, lanyards are included, as well as some awesome special event activities on board and a great stirrup and at Great Stirrup Cay. The itinerary is Port Canaveral, Porta Plaza, St. Thomas, Tortola, Great Stirrup Cay. Limited space available. The interior pricing for the interior is $2,761.88 double occupancy. Ocean view is $2,925.08 double occupancy. Balcony is $3,230.08 double occupancy. Mini suite is $3,485.08 double occupancy. Package includes drink package, specialty dining, and $100 onboard credit. All port fees, taxes, and gratuities are included. Call Bruce at 833-626-8728. And the date of that cruise is, do you know, Kenny?
November 29th through December 6th, I believe.
And that's out of Port Canaveral, Florida.
Yep.
And it's going to be a great time. So if there's any influencers,
and it's on the Norwegian Joy is where it's on.
The Norwegian Joy. If there's any influences that you all want to get to know, get to meet, get to see, come join us. If there's any, rock and roll fans out there who want to see tribute bands, is Led Zeppelin, Pink Floyd, you name it, they got it.
There's a special guest that's going to be on there, going to be performing. Some guy person by the name of Ricky Rocker.
Oh, that's awesome.
Now that's a person that's been popping in and out of chats. Don't know who exactly it is.
He's incognito. We don't know exactly his identity.
But he did say in a couple of the chats that if you come on the group cruise, you might see us solo.
That would be fun. So we got lots of guests, lots of fun, and lots of networking going on. Lots of you name it, we got it. It's going to be a good time. So anybody out for a cruise?
Yep. And from what I understand, Bruce is wanting to make this thing a yearly group cruise.
That'd be awesome. If I don't know, is the rock and roll part going to be yearly?
I don't know, but he talked like it. He wanted to make it a yearly thing, especially to support the Helping Hands for Cruising.
Well, maybe I can. When you're gonna call Bruce tomorrow?
He's gonna call me actually.
Oh, what time?
I don't know. See, I'm I'm 3 hours ahead, so he's 3 hours behind me.
West Coast?
Yeah, he's Pacific.
Oh,
He's
Pacific.
he's California time.
Right. Okay, cool. Because I
He's
gotta call him. I gotta call him and tell him, hey, I get dibs over the handicap cabin. We're letting Kenny sleep in the dinghies out on the rescue boats.
But,
You got the good cabin last time, Bruce. My turn. Is there a link for the cruise to get the information? Kenny, do you have a link?
the only thing I know to do is like just other than what
I can probably dig one up for you. Who am I speaking to? John and Nancy? Probably John. Yeah, I'll get the link and I'll get the link from Sean and put it in the comments. Hang on a minute. Let me see. While I'm doing that, Kenny, what were you doing? Going to get more to drink?
I don't even know what, to be honest with you.
You look like you were getting up.
Oh, I've still got my water here. I probably should be going to bed here soon because I've got the.
You got the wedding tomorrow. See, I got nothing to do but sit up here. I haven't Oh, okay, John.
Well, I also got to be up at 6 a.m. for the
ride.
The astute tourist.
Oh, astute tourist. That's right.
Where I co-stream with him, and also my Mitchell County transportation is going to be here after me at 8 o'clock in the morning. They said so. I guess when I take a shower in the morning, I guess I'll be taking a shower in the dark. Because I ain't got no light in the bathroom. My new place is working out good. I absolutely love it here. It's peaceful. It's quiet.
Sean might pop up because he just asked me if it was for myself or to put it on my live.
I don't have to worry about bothering nobody. And my neighbors is pretty well. I have neighbors, but we're pretty well spaced out, so we're not.
Yeah, my neighbors have one's an alleyway over, one's across the street, and one's way over there. I just have our upstairs neighbor.
See, I don't even have an upstairs, so.
Yeah. Well, this is a 2-family house, so.
Yeah, but
come on, Sean, just pop up in my live.
and so Yeah, I I signed the contract for a year, so
Yeah, keep it nice so that they won't let you renew it.
I know that.
Okay. I'm a mama hen.
You didn't. Don't tell me that because I already know that. I've I've already mopped my floors 3 or 4 times already. So
Okay, Sean's coming. Yeah, he might be. He says he's coming shortly. He's got to find it. He was telling me to call Bruce from Ocean to Ocean, but that's who you need to call anyway. And I did do that. I did verbally say the number, but it looks like Sean's going to come up here. Hopefully, fingers crossed.
but yeah, I'll get my deposit back at the end of the year when the contract runs out. So
Right, but hopefully you'll know ahead of time enough that you go. You don't go. Uh-oh, I got to find, someplace to live at the last minute. Because that would suck. I mean, that would be tough.
well, the guy that I got working on my house, he's about got it.
Rebecca and I are probably going on the cruise. I haven't told Rebecca because I'm trying to make it a surprise. And Kenny's going on the cruise. I just have to pay my deposit on March 3rd. We're arguing. Oh, Sean sent a photo. How do I do that? He's such a pain. Use the info on this pic. Oh, he's at work. Kenny, how do I send this? How do I send a photo to StreamYard to put it under, to present it? Or put it up like...
If you've got Messenger on your computer...
Yeah, I do.
Then you can go into your Facebook Messenger and go down there where it says open up Facebook Messenger, still keep the StreamYard tab open, and go where it says share screen or share tab. Go down there on StreamYard where it says present, share screen.
Okay, Messenger. Okay, and then is it the camera? Where does it say share? Okay, react more, forward.
You got to go on the StreamYard side and go down there where it says present.
Wait a minute. I got open Messenger, and then you said share screen.
If you got Messenger open.
Yeah.
Okay. Leave that tab open.
Okay.
Then go out, go back over to StreamYard tab.
And then go to present.
Go to present, go to share screen.
Share screen.
And your Messenger should pop up in one of the windows there. It should either be window or Chrome tab or something like that.
StreamYard, Facebook. Let's see. Yeah. Did it
Hey.
show up?
Yep, it's there. See?
Okay, there you go, John. Rebecca's doing good.
Hey.
Well, thank you for teaching me that.
You're welcome.
John, did you get that? Okay. Copy, paste, whatever. So for anybody who wants the information, here you go. I'll leave that up for a few more minutes. You can't click on that. John, are you in my on Facebook Messenger with me?
You can actually forward that picture to his Facebook Messenger.
Well, if I already have him in Facebook, wait a minute. Messenger, I can just send it to him.
Yeah.
If I knew his last name. I don't know your last name, John. Horrible, I know I'm horrible. Well, if not, add me and I'll just... Okay, I'm going to remove that for a bit. Okay. So John is going to figure that out. Oh, okay. I got you, John. Okay. Well, let me go back to John. Okay, I sent it to you, John, on Facebook Messenger. Here you go. I'm not that technically savvy. And then when I figure stuff out, and if I don't do it a lot, I forget the steps on how to do it. Hey, I got over 300 subscribers.
Congratulations.
Finally.
Congratulations.
It took me forever. Oh, you're welcome, John. Thank you. Well, go ahead, Kenny, if you gotta go. It's okay.
Huh?
Yeah, I want you to be bright-eyed and bushy-tailed for Papa.
Well, his shindig is not until, I think, 2 o'clock.
That's okay. I'll tell him I love him and God bless. And I hope he has a beautiful life with his new wife.
Yeah, he,
You gotta think of it as freedom. Look at you're getting all that freedom. You're out on your own. What Papa raised you. About time he kicked his heels up a little bit and had a good time. I know it's strange, but
yeah.
and it's hard. You're used to having them all to yourself, and no one will ever, fill the shoes of your Mima.
Yeah, it is.
He's
It is.
not trying to replace her, you know. He's just trying to enjoy what time he has left. There's a difference. She'll be his first and only love. Your Mima, your grandmother. I'm not saying the new lady. I'm saying your grandmother. He had a whole lifetime with. This lady, he'll have whatever years they both have left. There's a big difference.
She's not in the best of health either. So.
That's what I mean. So don't think that she's replacing your grandma. She's not. He just wants to enjoy the time he has and not be lonely. It's rough, I know. I'll make me cry again, Kenny. You weren't even here and you made me cry.
He told me go. Well, he told me to go ahead and do whatever I wanted to do. So.
Well, yeah, you got a life of your own now. My hair has got this silly loop-de-loop going on. I don't know. Playing with my hair. Ooh.
He told me if I wanted to marry that special someone that I've been talking to for a while, I'll go ahead and do it.
Oh, there you go. You got a new special someone?
No, it's that same one.
Oh, she plugged you back in, did she?
I talked to her the other day, actually.
Oh. Her mom gave up and gave her back her phone?
No, she's still talking to me from the house phone.
Oh.
But only when her mama's not around.
Oh. Does she know that when her mom gets the bill for the phone, it has a list of all the phone numbers that were called?
Now she's got a way of blocking it.
Oh, that's awfully smart of her.
She knows
her way around a phone, I guess, right? Even a landline, an old-fashioned landline?
Yeah.
Wow. She got nothing but time on her hands.
I'm supposed to be going to meet her at Walmart here pretty soon, so.
Well, that's good. Well, you do what floats Kenny's boat. I mean, no one can tell you what to do. You got to do what you got to do. You're a big boy.
Yeah, and I'm grown, so I am my own boss, so.
Yep, you got your own apartment, your own food, you're cooking, you're cleaning, you're managing. So time to fly. Time to spread your wings and figure out how not to crash on your head without anybody helping you. So, yep. I don't interfere in Becky's life and my son's life. My son got married. I actually like my daughter-in-law a lot. She's really nice. The best girl my son ever dated, for sure.
Yeah.
He dated some real doozies for a while there. I didn't like any of them.
Yeah, I was trying to see if I could. I was trying to see if I could get her to go on this cruise. 2025 with me.
Oh, you think she'll be able to?
Well, I don't know how she'd do it though, because
You kind of have to kidnap her. She don't get no spending money, does she? So you'd have to pay for it.
well, I don't know how it works, but anyway, see.
Well, you guys figure it out. I mean, I'm sure you'd be able to manage. If it was meant to be, then God will make it happen.
But I do know that she's wanting to spend her life with me. I do know that.
I'll probably have to talk to you off screen, but maybe I can figure out a way to help that happen. Because then you'd need a marriage license. You know what I'm saying?
Huh? I would need legal marriage license.
You would need a marriage license because her parents are going to give you such a bad time. They won't agree to a wedding, but she's entitled to marry whoever she wants at her age. So you would have to find a way of getting her to get a marriage license and sign it and get it put through. Once it's done, it's legal, and then you can just show up and take her with you once she signs and you sign a marriage license. Then they can't stop her. Unless a judge has deemed her unfit to make her own decisions. And I don't know that. I don't know if you really know that, but I don't know if there's any legally binding whatever.
I don't either, but
that's the problem. Is you don't get straight answers out of her. Because if she's prevented from making her own decisions because of a legal problem where they have custody of her even being an adult, then she's not legally able to sign a marriage license. They would have to sign, they'd have to approve. Know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If she was found mentally incompetent.
I know she told me, said if something happens to her parents, she was going to move in with me anyway.
Yeah. And this is Jason back again. Jason, this is Kenny.
Hello.
How are you, Jason?
I'm doing pretty well. Doing pretty good.
What was wrong with your computer?
It's acting slow, but also I might need to replace my mic and my mouse.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What is your internet's through T-Mobile?
No, it's through AT&T.
But not through a wire through the house, right?
Oh, it's got a wire.
Did
but
he
my
knock
laptop,
Did
my
he
laptop,
knock
I
it
haven't.
loose?
No. Then
When he
again,
was-
when it comes to AT&T, y'all have Spectrum, right?
Yeah. You were
So
gonna
that's
switch.
why. And I haven't switched yet.
Yeah. They said it's just a matter of the splitter. You sign it up, and they'll give you a modem and all that, and then he'll just come and attach the splitter.
Oh yeah.
He left it out there for you. It's a brand new splitter. It's mine, actually.
Yeah.
So he'll just hook you right up. So, did you want to go, Kenny? Because you got that early morning live show and then your dad's wedding, right?
At 2.
At
2 in
2.
the afternoon.
But you got to get up at 5 a.m. So you're going to
That'd
have
be,
like 4 hours sleep.
that'd be 6 a.m. for me, though.
Oh, the astute tourists, right? You want
Yeah,
to
it'd
drop
be 5 for you, but 6 a.m. for me.
drop
'Cause you're an
the
hour
link.
behind me.
Drop the link and then put the time so that people will tune in for you.
Yeah, it's well, thumbnail's already up, so
The thumbnail's where?
already up.
I know, but you don't want to advertise on my show? Fine.
Yeah.
Oh, let me get the thumbnail here.
You don't even shout me out, and you're my partner channel.
I
I'm making faces at you, Kenny. Spectrum went up, I think, Jason.
Oh yeah, it went up a few dollars, but yeah, it's fine. It's
We
probably
don't-
better internet than this.
Yeah, it's better than what you got. But
Yeah.
it's getting to a point where even I think Starlink is going to be reasonable. So I'm paying like $135 for Spectrum.
And what does the package include? Is it just internet? Does it have Spectrum TV? Does it have
I didn't want all that. All we wanted was the internet, but a faster upload and download. Like we got the maximum, I guess.
Oh, that makes sense then.
Yeah, that's all when I had Spectrum, that's all I wanted the internet for, was just to have
You don't get Spectrum now, do you, Kenny?
No, they don't offer Spectrum here in this neck of the woods.
Well, what were you paying before on Spectrum?
I actually
Wasn't it $99 or you had a discounted plan?
I actually had the
Sorry.
discounted plan where you could get like $30. The original price was like almost like, I think it was like 79. I might as well say $80.
Yeah, that's what mine started out as.
And then I got that $30, that affordable connectivity program. I got approved for that. So
how do you do that? Because I should do that, because I should be able to get that. Do I just go affordable internet plan?
It should be on it should be on the website. It should be, or it should be on your
My Spectrum?
on your award letter that you get from the
the government award letter.
Yeah, because that's how I signed up for the affordable connectivity program for here.
Oh, okay.
So,
I'll have to look at my award letter a little more carefully.
Because it tells you certain programs that you're qualified for, and that was one of them. But
Yeah,
I
I got food stamps and ride to the doctors from the pharmacy, and I'm trying to think what else. Like, if my doctor thinks I need home care, I can get home care. But as I got better, they had cut down on the hours, so Becky was my caregiver anyway. So
uh,
but they cut it down to like, I was getting like 20 hours a week, and then it was down to like 4. It wasn't even worth the hoopla and the paperwork at that point.
but yeah, here they only provide. See, I tried to get Zitto, but they didn't offer that, so I had to go with Frontier,
Oh, okay. Well, Frontier's not bad.
and that's what I have now is Frontier.
I might sneeze, guys. Sorry.
That's what I have,
And then you got fuel assistance but electric. See, that's what I want to look into is the electric.
See, I've got
our electric is high, especially in the summer.
Well, see, I am on what they call for electric. I am on what they call it's a flex pay. In other words, you pay as you go.
Yeah.
It was either that or I only had 2 options. It was either that or pay $500 deposit right away.
I remember that.
And I'm like, yeah.
I remember you saying that.
I can't go that route. That's a big chunk of change at one time.
Yeah.
And so I said, let's do the flex pay, but still, you got to make sure that you keep money. You keep money in that. I'm getting feedback somehow. You got YouTube open?
No. My phone's shut off.
But you do have to make sure that you keep enough in the account that so that your lights will, and you get charged daily. They charge daily, and you get text from what you use that day. See, right now I've only been using somewhere around just between $5 and $6 a day.
That's
of
not
electric.
bad.
So,
I'll make sure my tablet's shut off.
But with that flex pay, it starts you out like with $126 and some change in the account. But then they start deducting each day from that. And so you got to make sure that you keep enough in there because I actually got it down to about $2 to where I only had $2 in there. And I called them. I said, does that mean I got to add some more on there? And they said, yes. You got to add something in there. So I went ahead and so they told me, said that for 30 days, using about $6 a day, that'd be about $180. So instead, I go ahead and give them a full $200. So I make sure I get enough in there, and that covers as long as I don't go use no more than what I've been using, then I'm good. So
that's still a big chunk of money.
Well, I mean, it's not really. See, I'm used to being on a budget plan. See, when I had AEP, when I was in Tennessee, I had AEP, Appalachian Electrical Power, and no
Right.
matter what my bill was, no matter what it was, I always paid that budget amount. It was a set budget amount, and my budget amount was like $125 and some change. I think it was.
See, that's a little better. I
But
think the lowest we've gotten was like $89, $90, and then we've
but
got
see, what I kept doing was I kept paying it no matter what my bill was, what I used up. Say I used up like say they send you a bill and your electric's only like $40 some. I still paid that one budget amount anyway.
so that you were adding into like a bank account that you could rely on.
What they did was they added it as credit in the account in that elaborate. And what it was, they would just deduct from that account, and I just kept adding on to it. And then that'd be like 4 or 5. That'd be 4 or 5 months, or I'd be without. I wouldn't have no electric bill at all because I'd be so paid up.
Yeah.
That, I mean, I wouldn't have. I wouldn't. That I'd get a bill and they'd say zero balance. So
Right.
And even when it come my settle-up month would be like in May, and I wouldn't have a bill.
No bill because you overpaid for that long.
Yep. So, and people are wondering me because I've heard people, it was on that budget amount, that when it come to settle month, they'd be like $600-700 light bill, and I'm like, well, that's because you didn't pay nothing. And
you didn't pay enough during the
You didn't pay enough. That's because you didn't pay enough to. You didn't keep it up.
Right. That's what my father did for our heating oil. He'd pay year round a certain amount. So by the time winter came, we were on automatic refill. So no matter what, we always had enough money to pay for the oil bill through the winter. Because he would pay like, say it was only going to be $100 a month, he'd pay like $150 all year round, and so that he'd have extra,
Yeah.
It used to cost us $700-800, sometimes more, for the oil, for the heating oil for the house for the winter. But that was after we got new windows and stuff like that. But then our furnace started to go, and it was only working at 78% efficiency. So in Massachusetts, I was on the list to have a free furnace put in. But then we left and we came down here to Texas instead. I bought the house down here. And then there was that economic. Oh, and you finally got around to that, huh?
Yeah, I found you.
Pinch you. The economic crisis where the mortgages and the banks went crazy in 2008, and so we got screwed out of our mortgage. And it was crazy, and it's just kind of been downhill ever since. It's like everything seemed to fall apart after that.
But yeah, I told the electric company here, I said, I'm not used to being on that flex pay like that. And I said, now that I kind of understand now how it works, now I've been adding
extra
more,
in, yeah.
when it comes to the first of the month, like I'll add another 200.
Yeah.
To for March, so that way I'll be covered for the month of March.
Yeah. Well, that's a good idea. That's what I got to do with the electric, Jason, is figure out what would be the average monthly cost of the electric, and then put a little bit extra and like put it a month ahead in in an envelope so that we'll be always ahead, even if we have a high month.
Yeah.
I think we lost Jason.
Oh no, I'm still here. I'm just trying to figure out my mouse.
It went eat, 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 and the cats ate it.
No, they're asleep right now.
But yeah, it is different than what I'm used to living in Tennessee.
Oh, well, look at how big the place is.
Which,
but yeah, even the bills are going to be different. The ways you have to pay for things, and
yeah.
yes, you're doing good though. You're learning.
But I'm gonna eventually work my way back towards Tennessee. So
Yeah. Has that guy gotten? He won't. It's been bad weather. He hasn't been working on the house, has he?
well, that and two, he just been trying to recover from toe surgery. He just had toe surgery about a week ago.
Oh yeah, right.
It was a week ago. I want to say no, it was 2 weeks ago.
Well,
2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago was Friday.
Tennessee got some snow yesterday or rain.
Well, he texted me the other day and said that there's no more leaks in that house now.
Oh, good.
So he has gotten that far with it to where it's not leaking now.
Right.
Because he said that's what caused the black mold in the first place, is when it rained. It rained down
into the vanity in the bathroom.
Into my drywall is what because he had to tear that drywall completely out.
Yeah.
He had to tear it all the way down to the drywall and
down to the studs in the wall.
And yeah, he said it. He said that what he's been using is Dawn bleach and Dawn dish detergent and Dawn and bleach.
Right.
And that Kilt's mold killer.
Yep.
And he said with those three mixtures and stuff like that, it's been working. It's been working wonders. So, and so he now he's got to put me some new flooring in. But I told him, I said, I gotta wait and send you some money at the third Wednesday of the month, which will be next Wednesday. Let's see, next Wednesday.
Next Wednesday, not tomorrow. Or we into tomorrow yet? Not yet.
Well,
we're almost into Valentine's Day.
I'm already into Valentine's Day.
Yeah.
I've been an hour in, or almost it's 30 minutes into it.
Well, happy Valentine's Day, Kenny.
Thank you. But
I'm going to get yelled at if you don't go to bed soon.
Yeah.
Why you say that?
because if you're going to be on Astute Tourist at 6 a.m., you have 5 hours of sleep. 5 hours of sleep.
Well, I also need to go take a shower here in a little while, so I'm likely to go take a shower before the show.
My goodness.
But the problem is that I'm like extra in the dark because I ain't got no light.
Well, you better have been practicing how to be blind. And I don't know how you're going to reach that circuit breaker. You're going to have to find somebody to come in.
Well, I would call my people I'm renting from,
They're too far away.
but they're all way. But they're well, maybe they could tell me somebody can come over here and
Yeah, see if they have. Well, not now. It's like midnight, but like in the morning. Ask them if there's anybody around town who can come in and just check your breakers because
yeah, because I don't know
your
which
bathroom's out.
Yeah, and I'm like,
You don't have a flashlight at all?
I might be able to find one in this red bag. I don't know. I'll have to dig through it and find out.
That should be something you have in case of emergency.
But
Because if you had a fire, the lights would go out, and how would you get out of there if you can't see?
I just had to just had to go by feel and touch, I guess.
Oh my goodness, Kenny. Man, oh man.
But
with all the camping you do, and you don't even have a flashlight.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do a GoFundMe for Kenny for a flashlight. I'll buy you a lantern.
I am gonna eventually here when I go to Walmart, I'm gonna get me a lamp to put over there and a lamp to put here.
And a flashlight. Put it on your list. When you going to Walmart? Tomorrow?
So that, well, I think I'm gonna wait till like the 26th, I believe.
Okay.
Because that's when I'm supposed to.
That's like Rebecca. We've been here almost 5 months, Jason. Rebecca still doesn't have a light in her room.
Well, yeah, that's because how the place was designed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm having to burn a kitchen light so that I can have light just to see to go from here to through the hallway there to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, because now you don't have a bathroom light.
Well,
you don't have a grabber? Do you have a grabber?
Yeah, I've got a grabber.
You can use that to open the door to the circuit breakers and then check them.
Well, I can't see the check-in things because
you don't have a flashlight.
Unless I turn the big light on here in the living room.
That might be helpful.
But still, I don't know which one. I'm not wanting to sit here and go through every one of the things to figure it out.
Well, that's what you got to do. You got to check each one if you can't see it head on. Even when we go out here and they're at eye level, or actually lower than eye level, we have to go, is that it? Is that it? Because they're not really marked. Our lights went out the other day. I had to have Jason show Becky which ones were which, because she didn't know. She's out there. She didn't even know which box was which. I'm like, the little one.
I'm not even sure. This looks like a breaker box, but I'm not even sure if this is actually the breaker box.
In Texas, they're outside, but in Massachusetts, they're inside. So I don't know. You're up north. It might be inside with you.
It all really just depends on the building because even when I was living in San Antonio, the breaker boxes were inside.
Oh, okay. Well, Kenny's got one, but it's
I think
up
it's
near the ceiling, and he's handicapped from the waist down, and can't there's like he can't climb anything or do anything to get at something that high without having someone come in. He can't climb on furniture. Well, he could, but that would be dangerous. And he can't see even with the grabbers and a flashlight.
Because that'd be pulling the wrong one or whatever.
It don't matter if you turn off and on the wrong one. What matters is you don't yank them out with you.
Yeah.
And you don't use metal grabbers. You use the plastic with the rubber, because you don't want anything metal. You better just have the landlord find a neighbor to come by.
Yeah. Probably best.
Yeah.
I gotta go to the restroom.
All right. We'll see you in a bit.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if that grabber is metal or.
Mine's plastic with rubber grippers. Because I did not want to. See, I get cans down. I do light bulbs. So I don't know where mine is hanging up. I guess my grabbers. But yeah, I use the plastic and rubber ones.
I just know I got the longest one I could get.
Yeah. You're better off. You're better off just having a human being come in and do it. Look like I got a bump.
Yeah, I got kerosene heat K1.
That's efficient. That's really a pretty good heating to have.
Yeah, well, I've kept the unit on 70 the whole time, so.
You've been comfortable. You've been saying you've been comfortable.
It's been sitting on 70 the whole time since I've been here. The only time that it really moved was, I think we had a power surge or something happen one day or something, and it moved the thing from 70 to 68. And I called my landlord people and I told them, I said, how's that thing move without somebody actually touching the controls? Because I hadn't touched it. And come to find out, it was, she said it probably maybe the power flickered or something. And I said, oh, okay. I don't know, but
They might have an emergency preset number, so when the when the power goes out and then comes back on.
But I didn't even know how to even work that thing because I've never dealt with kerosene heat.
Yeah.
I didn't even know how to even move the temperature up or down on that thing.
Is there a knob or something?
There's a control panel over there, and that's what I I watched a YouTube video on how to do it.
Oh, that's
And
cool. YouTube school. Yay. You can do anything with YouTube school.
and figured it out that way. So, but ever since then, I haven't touched it because it stayed on 70. So,
Well, that's good. Won't never freeze. Now, what happens in the summer?
summer, I think I'll have a window
Unit?
a window unit for air, for cooling air, I think. Maybe.
Are they going to come back and shut off the heat and put a window unit in?
Maybe, I don't know.
Oh.
But yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
Well, I'm sure they won't let you high and dry. You'll be fine. You sound like you're getting really tired there. And you smile and you go, oh, no, I'm fine. I'm just going to stay up now. I was tired a minute ago. Now I got my third wind.
But
You're out of coffee. Uh-oh.
No, it's actually water.
You're out of water. I'm drinking cranberry juice.
I got part of a cup in there in the coffee pot. I need to go warm up coffee, and then I'll have to set the coffee pot on where I can make a fresh pot.
Yeah.
For in the morning. And then
do you know what a coffee carafe is?
Coffee what now?
Carafe.
No.
It looks like a jug.
Uh-huh.
And it's insulated. So when you make your pot of coffee,
yeah,
you pour it into this coffee carafe and you put the cover on, and it's like a thermos and it keeps it warm all day.
Yeah.
And you can just pour yourself more coffee.
As you go, huh?
Yeah, and you can get them at Goodwill and thrift stores and stuff. A coffee carafe.
A coffee carafe?
Yep, that's what it's called.
A
coffee carafe.
See, now that I got a microwave, I just take and pour me a cup and then
right. Amber and Scott got you your microwave for Christmas. I forgot.
Yep.
So now you just pop it in the microwave, huh?
I just pop it in the microwave now. I don't have to warm it on the stove now.
Oh, hey, look at me. I forget.
Yeah.
So you don't need a coffee carafe then.
Because I have one of those orange plastic. It's kind of like the red Solo cups, except it's orange.
Yeah.
And it's a hard plastic.
The microwave safe.
Yeah, I just pour it in there. And 1 cup of that will fill this cup right here.
So that works out perfect.
Yeah.
Wow. You got it figured out.
And I found out that coffee maker actually, when you make a fresh pot, it'll keep coffee. Because I Googled it. I Googled the brand of coffee maker it was and stuff like that, and how long it keeps it actually hot. That brand of coffee pot will actually keep it hot for 4 hours when you make a fresh pot.
Oh, well, there you go. That's a long enough time. Well, yeah, because you drink quite a bit of coffee.
Yeah, but usually 1 cup of this will usually last me a couple hours before I fill it back up again.
So if you make a pot, how many of those cups does it make? 2 or 3?
I'd say I probably drink about 3 or 4 of these a day. And then, of course, usually what I'll usually wind up doing, depending on when sometimes I might make 2 pots of coffee, 2 full pots a day.
A day, yeah.
2, yeah. But,
well, that sounds about right. My dad used to drink 13 cups of coffee a day.
But see, that's more than your normal size.
Right, that's 16 ounces, 22 ounces, something like that.
The 22, I believe that's a 22.
22, probably.
I believe, I'd have to ask Amber because she's the one that made this cup. I don't
she
really
makes
know.
them, yeah. All right.
So
that's what she was auctioning off on the cruisathon the other night.
Yeah, except those had helping hands were cruising on it instead of.
Yeah. What does that say?
Then you got
Ford man?
Yeah, of course, the letterings wore out on it. It's wore off, so.
Yeah.
I've got some missing letters off of it because it wears out over time. So,
yeah,
of course,
Rebecca, one of our friends made Rebecca Jack Skeleton one, and she told us where to buy the cups, and if we got a Cricut, and could learn how to do those. If we wanted to do our own logo on our own tumblers like that.
Yeah. But I know my doctor here in North Carolina that she wanted me to cut back to only drinking 1 cup of these a day.
Well, the water and the coffee is good for you. That's the heavy metals and the pesticides that's on the coffee that's bad. That's the problem. The water that they use to grow the coffee beans in, and the soil has in that part of the countries, a lot of those countries are third world countries, and they have heavy metal, lead, and contaminants in the water.
Yeah.
And that all goes into the coffee beans.
When I first saw her, I said, coffee and water is all I ever drink.
Yeah.
And she asked me, said, how much coffee are you drinking? And I said, I'll drink at least about 3 or 4 of these this size a day. And she said, of that size? I was like, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I don't drink spring water anymore, and not out of all those little bottles either. I drink distilled water. I bought a distiller.
Yeah.
And I distill my own water now because it's healthier. And now I can tell the difference. I really can.
Well, see, I got well water here, so I've been
Drinking the well water.
Yeah. And I don't have to pay for water here anyway.
Oh, you're lucky.
I don't have to pay for water. So
well, the pump
usually
runs on electric.
Biggest thing that I have to pay for is electric bill and
Your heat.
And my heating and my rent and my internet bill. That's it.
Right.
And my internet bill ain't that much anyway. My internet bill's only like $33 and something a month.
Yeah.
So
that ain't bad.
Somebody told me, I believe it might have been my pastor at the home church that told me, said that he had gotten on some type of discount or something.
For the electric?
No, for his internet. And he didn't have to pay nothing for his internet.
Well, he's elderly. He's what, 70 something, ain't he?
I want to say 68 or 69.
Yeah.
That's probably because he put it on the business account.
Yeah, he could have done that too.
Because the church, in a way, is a business, but it's also not a business. So because the church is different from regular businesses, they get a special type of discount for it.
Well, see, I don't think this was actually internet for the church itself. I think it was internet for his own home.
It's the same thing. So long as the church is funding, if the pastor is living in a place like the parsonage, that still ties with the church, and that parsonage will be church property. So anything that goes through the church will cover that parsonage.
Right.
Oh, okay.
The pastor gets to live in the parsonage for free.
Basically, yeah.
Basically, it's part. They actually part of their contract usually, which is negotiable. They can negotiate. You know, it depends on how well the church itself is doing, how much they're willing to give and take.
Yeah. Now for us, like this church has been around since like the late 1800s.
Yeah, yours, yeah. Yours has been around. Yours was the first church or one of the first churches?
It was the second church built in Catula.
Oh, yeah, right. The Methodist church was the first church, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. And Jason's Jason's stepdad, his brother is the pastor of their church, and they co-own the building here, so we rent from them. So Jason works at the church, knows all the ins and outs of all that, and I know pretty much all that too. So,
may I ask what is your name of your church?
The First Baptist Church in Catula, Texas.
First what now?
First Baptist.
Oh, First Baptist. Okay. All right.
It's a great church. It's really nice in there. I went at Christmas time. We all went caroling. It was a great time.
Oh, you know what? Speaking of which, we got pictures up on our newsletter, and it has us like front and center.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Grab a newsletter for me.
Will do.
I guess I should go sometime.
I've been trying to get Rebecca to go over there again.
She don't have Sundays off anymore.
Yeah,
she got this Sunday.
I've been telling everybody as well, like, because sometimes they still do ask about Rebecca, and I have to say, like, she has to work the Sunday mornings, so it's kind of hard for her to actually show up.
Yeah. She's got this Sunday off. I don't know what for.
But
I didn't ask Jamie why. Oh, this eye is bugging me. Probably got a cat hair in it.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I eat more. It's funny. You know when you're eating food and you find a hair in it and you go because it's a human hair? But a person who owns cats will just eat their food and they'll see a cat hair and they're just keep eating their food.
Yeah.
It's like it doesn't like evoke the gag reflex, but a human hair, yeah. But a cat hair, it's like, oh well, I must eat 1,000,001 of those a day because there's cat hairs everywhere.
Yes.
That's crazy. What were you saying, Kenny? I'm sorry.
I don't even know where I was even going with that now.
I don't know. We were talking about the rectory. I mean the parsonage, and
yeah. See, we don't really have, to my knowledge, we don't really have anything like that.
There's no house next to the church that the preacher is allowed to live in?
No, he has his own office inside the church.
Right.
Oh,
They
yeah.
usually do have an office inside the church. But what a parsonage is back when, in the old days.
I know what a parsonage is. It's where the pastor of a church lives.
Yeah, they can have their own residence, or they can have that residence, and that residence is kept up by the church. It's part of a perk. It's like also a lot of churches, lot of denominations have a retirement and an elderly home. So, when I was going to school to become ordained, all right, I started out to be ordained Methodist. Okay. I switched to what I ended up being ordained. But had I became a Methodist minister after my retirement, and if I wanted to live in a assisted living or just a retirement home or just a cheaper living, it would have been part of the Methodist church. You know what I mean? So I could have lived wherever they had room for me. And then I could have retired there and then been in a nursing home and then caregive and had my funeral expenses paid for and my everything would have been taken care of as part of being a ordained minister for the Methodist Church. And the Catholic Church does that for the preachers, the preachers and the nuns. I'm getting tired, so my words are getting.
Well, the thing about the Catholic Church is that the priest actually lives like right next to the building itself. When
It's
it comes to
usually
our
attached. They can be attached as well.
Yeah, they're attached, which is the same thing as the Methodists, because the Methodists and the Catholics are in a way very similar, but of course the Catholics are more. They took more of like I can't remember the difference. But when it comes to like the Protestant level, the parsonage it doesn't have to be necessarily next to the church.
No, it could be a couple of houses down.
Yeah, like where our church is at, The pastor actually lives here down on Leona, but like I think 3 blocks over there. So basically the parsonage in our sense is just like the house that the church bought and is like a temporary stay for whoever's going to be the pastor at the time.
Right. So
And,
it
yeah. So
with the
it still
Methodist
has,
church, they move them around as well, unless
yeah.
you determine that you want that to be your home church. But they can actually vote to replace you.
Oh yeah. The same thing with the Baptists.
Um,
I would
and
think that with any other
any church
denomination, yeah.
any denomination can vote the pastor out at any time if they don't feel that they're working up to their whatever. Hey, Boutloop, how you doing?
Hey, Bella 29.
Hey, I have never had you on my show. Welcome, thank you. We just happen to be talking about churches and where the pastor lives. And I did a plug. I did a plug for the Devil Dog's
Rebecca's home.
Dust. So I did a plug for Drunken Chef and Devil Dog's Dust, and you name it, we talk about it on this show. I think we run the gambit a little bit, round around.
See, I've been born and raised up in a Pentecostal Apostolic Holiness Church.
Oh, nice.
Boatloop, do you want to come up?
So,
I'll put the link in for you.
So,
yeah, being Pentecostal must be like really up and active.
yes, they are.
I dropped it for you. That'd be awesome to have you come up here.
Speaking in tongues, like placing hands on people.
Yeah, we believe in speaking in tongues. We believe in baptizing according to Acts 2:38.
Welcome.
Baptizing in the waters before it's the baptism of the Spirit, then you baptize in the waters, and then is it that one?
We go by see, we're Pentecostal by experience, which is the speaking in tongues and evidence of speaking in other tongues, and then the apostolic doctrine. We go by the apostolic doctrine, and then we go by the holiness lifestyle.
Yes.
Which would be the long gowns, the covering of the legs, and all that.
Yeah.
The conservative clothing.
Lorraine?
Yes, sir.
I wanted to ask you what denomination or I guess denomination is as good a word as any, were you raised, or were, for that matter, were you raised?
I was baptized Roman Catholic.
Okay. All right. And is T-Bird, T-Rev, Trev?
Yeah.
You're a veteran?
Yes, sir.
That's
Well, thank you for your
Jason
service.
Trevino.
I appreciate it.
I do too.
We love our people who proudly served us, and so happy to have had them protecting our Constitution and our lives and our country.
Oh, yes, ma'am. In fact, on my channel, if you type Navy, Army, USMC, or USAF, it will drop your link. So
yeah,
I
haven't quite figured out how to set all that up for mine, And actually, I don't even have right now. I don't have a StreamYard subscription. I'm using the free
Yeah.
one for now because I got ill and just didn't keep up.
That's pretty common. In fact, I helped somebody with their first live today that is using the free subscription as well. So, I mean, it's a good thing to use, and it certainly is a very useful tool. I was just kind of curious. I was more or less raised in a charismatic church, which was, or you could call it non-denominational. Is, I guess, better, more aptly described.
Well, it makes sense. When it comes to non-denominational churches, they're more of a blend of just about everything else. They don't really specify to what other denominations do.
Right. Well, they have a lot of similarities. At least the one I was raised in had a lot of similarities to the Pentecostal without the the wardrobe and the make sure you had the clean facial hair and
which it makes sense, but the problem about non-denominational churches is that they're more susceptible of becoming cult-like, because the difference between non-denominational and denominational is that denominational has their checks and balances. They're usually into other types of groups that can check on each other to make sure that they don't like really become so radicalized where they become very cult-like. Like when it comes to like the Branch Davidians or the Jonestown type of things.
Yeah. Well, the fact is, I understand what you're saying, but you're talking about an independent unit. This, when you're talking about this was really through Liberty Fellowship out of Pensacola, Florida. And so, most of and it's a little different situation than what you're describing. But I can certainly understand where you're coming from, and I understand. I'm familiar with the Davidians, and as well as Jim Jones and Guyana and a lot of these other places, and they certainly went astray somehow. So.
They radicalized it. It was one person with a how do I say it politely? I can't. There's no way of saying it politely. They radicalized following one person who had ideas of being the living God. Yeah, I found a way of saying it politely. I'm now, after many years of study in different religions, I am now a Unitarian Universalist, which, if you boil that down to, it's one of the oldest religions in the United States because it was the same religion of all the people who came over on the Mayflower.
Well, if I was going to associate myself with anybody, it would be Quest Church down in Florence. But I'm not real religious, and I consider myself more or less just a Christian. Right. I am a Christian, and I do believe, and I think that there's a lot of people that don't bother studying for themselves or don't look at the Bible hermeneutically. And so...
No, they don't. And then they'll follow anybody who they think might know what they're talking about. You can sit there and you can spout scripture till it's coming out of your eyeballs. That doesn't mean that you understand the true meaning. Not the I think that's what it means, but the true meaning of what it says in the Bible.
You also got to understand that there's a lot of people with that same type of mindset, but they become very much Bible literalists.
Right, exactly.
And that's the problem about Bible literalists. They think that anything outside of what the Bible says is utterly false. Like, for example, how old do you think the Earth is?
Jason, can I say hi and bye to Becky?
Oh, yeah.
Not that you got your head down, so you didn't even know she was here and there. Here
Yes,
and gone.
I've been kind of working on my mouse right now. I mean, I kind of figured that she came in because I kind of heard the dogs barking, but yeah.
I didn't hear the dogs bark. Did it like go through one ear and out the other? See, Jason is. We live in a 2-family house, and Jason's the family upstairs. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have known there was a downstairs to rent. So we moved from out in the boonies to downtown. Not to offend everybody, but can we change the subject?
Yes,
Sure.
please do. I don't talk religion, and I don't talk politics typically.
Yeah, I'm trying to edge away from politely.
Right. Sometimes it's just best to say no more religion, no more politics.
Yeah, I don't talk about it much either myself.
Yeah, poor Kenny. I don't even subscribe to his channel. He has a religious channel I don't subscribe to. But I love Kenny to death. He's like my son. And I respect his religion thoroughly. I just can't. Because then I'd be up there or in the chat and I wouldn't be able to control myself. So rather than invade his channel, I just don't. I don't think I've ever gone on your channel.
Have you ever heard the statement, a man convinced against his will is of the same opinion still?
Mm-hmm.
My daddy says that all the time. And, you know, by the way, is traveling with special abilities, you know, where do you like to travel? Where's the last place you went?
The last place I went, I think San Antonio. I'm 100% disabled. Usually I'm in a wheelchair. I was just gifted a walker, a specialized walker, so I can walk up straight. Because a regular walker, you have to bend over, and if I had to bend over, I'd be on my face.
Okay.
And I'm a big girl. I'm like 270, almost 280. If I'm on one of those rickety old walkers trying to walk where it's not high, and I'm almost 6 foot tall. So if I'm on one of those rickety walkers trying to walk and put my weight, which I can't hold up, on that walker is going to crumble like a bunch of sticks. Or it's going to go flying out from in front of me and I'm going to go flat on my face.
Yeah.
So I had to have a special walker, and one of the a different genre YouTube channel did a fundraiser for me. I did a clip earlier that showed the but I'm still trying to get them to come up. It's Exploring with Nug. They're a search and rescue team that search for people who have disappeared in their cars and end up in lakes and rivers and different things. And they do use a sonar, so they're a search and rescue. They use sonar to find the cars, and then if the body's inside, then they'll keep it secure and help the cops recover the car and all that. So they travel the United States. So to answer your question, we travel wherever we can afford to travel. When we get the funds, then we do different things. We've gone on cruises. We've gone hiking, biking. I used to own my own horses. Horseback riding. When I was younger, I did mountain climbing.
Yes, ma'am. My dog Otis wants to go out, so I'm just getting up to let him out.
No problem.
He's getting a little older.
That's how I got to know you, was because of your dog.
Yeah. Oh, I've got some beautiful dogs. Have you seen my new puppies?
I wanted the female, but I couldn't afford to come up there, and couldn't afford the $800.
Yeah, they are.
They're beautiful. Here, show me your baby.
Let me grab my babies. All right. Come here, AJ. Come here. There we go. Come here, Roasting. These are my babies.
He got 2 new red Boston Terriers.
These are my babies.
He got them from Devil Dog.
Yep.
They're beautiful. Oh, look at your little faces.
And I got Nikki right here. She's coming up because she sees me bringing the
She
I
got
started
the,
making toys.
you got the babies. Oh, they want to lick your. They're gonna turn their tongues into little straws and go right up your nose.
They try to. I try to avoid that though.
Constance does that, and I have breathing issues, and I end up almost like passing out. She's like, won't get out of my face.
Oh wow. That's not good. Come here, AJ. The only trouble is I can't type and I can't, do a lot of stuff when I'm holding them. But I do love my puppies. And,
Babies. They'll get too big to be able to hold both of them at the same time.
yeah. Now the other day I was sitting in my recliner. I had all 4 of my dogs on my lap at the same time, and that was kind of fun for a little while.
Just for a little while.
They were asleep, so otherwise, if you get these 2 and Nikki in my lap at the same time, usually they're fighting or play fighting, but it's not, they don't intend to be mean or anything, but sometimes one of these 2 will grab a hold of the other one's ear, and them little puppies got sharp teeth.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
And
they'll shred you.
Squealing. One of them will, a lot of times one of them starts squealing. I think the first time I ever saw it, it was Rosemary grabbing a hold of AJ's ear, but most every time since it's been AJ, grabbing a hold of Rosemary's ear. I guess she didn't like it and thinks she's just getting payback. All right, well, hang on. Let me set y'all down here so I can let those. Nikki, you keep them occupied. All right, come on. Y'all behave. Y'all behave.
I forgot to tell Becky that her dinner's in the fridge.
Mm.
My daughter just got off her night shift. We're crazy around here. We have dinner at midnight and this, that, and the other thing. I ate earlier.
Well, if she shows up on the stream, just let me know, and I'm probably gonna be busy with this mic, so I can tell her to say hi.
Well, I'm texting her now.
Well, I know Kenneth, and I know you, and I've just met T-Bird Trev. Is that the name of his channel?
No,
He doesn't have a channel.
Nah.
Oh, he doesn't have a channel? Okay.
He's my a friend of mine and my daughter's.
Oh,
for
okay.
the last 4 years. He lives in the same town.
Oh,
And
cool.
he let us know when the apartment down from him, because it's a 2-family house, was open and we moved in. So he's my upstairs.
Cool.
He's literally right up there. See, I'd be poking him in the butt. See?
Yeah, basically, I'm like the same room above Lorraine.
Yeah, his bedroom is my bedroom.
Hey, I understand. The fact is, I've done on live streams where Devil Dog was sitting across the room from me. So,
Well, Kenny and I have done that. Kenny and I were on the same cruise together, and I took Kenny to Disney World. Did you hear that story?
I don't think I did.
Kenny, why don't you tell that story? I tell it all the time.
About what?
We'll start with the cruise and then tell them about Disney World.
Oh, well, I went back in October of 2022. I went on my very first group cruise. Never seen the ocean, never been to a beach. Never even been on a cruise. And I was on the Carnival Horizon, and I went to Bon Air, Amber Cove, and La Ramona and Aruba.
Aruba, yeah. Tell them how you ended up doing that. How'd you get to do that, Kenny?
Sean and Alana from the Down Under Cruisers in Melbourne, Australia. They actually kind of asked me one day, and I got a hold of Cindy Spiker, the TA, because they asked me if I'd be interested in if I'd be interested in going on a cruise, because Sean and Alana had planned on doing a group cruise, and I said, "Well, sure." And he told me, "Well, get a hold of Cindy Spiker, the TA, and get back in touch with Sean and Alana." And I did, and I was like, "There's just no way I can afford this." So they did some thinking, and Sean and Alana had said that I had actually given them the idea to create a charity called Helping Hands for Cruising. And that is how I became the first recipient for that Helping Hands for Cruising back in October of 2022. It was October 15th through the 23rd, 2022. So
we actually, I was for one of the first board members, and we actually said, "Hey, what do you think about Kenny? Should we have Kenny be our first recipient?" And some of us were like, well, not me, but some of us were like, "Well, we don't want to make it look like nepotism," you know what I mean? But it really wasn't. He was, if you watched the video of him climbing, what mountain was that, Kenny?
it was Anna Ruby Falls.
Anna Ruby Falls. Kenny's disabilities are so bad, and he climbed Anna Ruby Falls to see the falls without help. You didn't get no help, right?
I had some help, yeah.
But it was so impactful, so inspiring to watch a young man with those difficulties accomplish something so difficult. You know what I mean? So not only did he inspire the charity, he inspired the whole movement of being able to give people who would.
I'm listening. I just got to get one of these dogs.
Get a couple more there.
Well, I'm just grabbing one of them. Hopefully, the other one will play nice with Nikki.
Oh, yeah, baby.
Yeah, Rosemary.
So it was such a natural fit. Let's put it that way. It was such a no-brainer that, you know, the young man that inspired the charity to be able to be the first recipient was almost an honor for us, because he could have said no. You know what I mean?
I'm just curious who the second was.
The second recipient was James Cantonese and his wife Cindy.
Okay, cool.
And the third recipient was Scott and Amber from Kicking It Country.
Kicking It Country. I got to get a sweater or a blanket. I'm getting a little chilly. It's getting cold in here.
Well, that's cool. I mean, you know, if the first was only in 2022, it's just now 2024. Seems like, you know, y'all, it seems like there would have been two. I guess you're doing more. Y'all are doing more than one a year.
we do. I can't say we because I actually left the board and I'm really not a part of the charity anymore. In fact, I'm going to talk to Sean about it, being more active. Because I got so ill, I just had difficulties. And
Yes, ma'am.
yeah, usually there's two or so recipients a year, and we do, they do every quarter a
Yeah.
cruise-a-thon.
Okay, cool.
I think the goal for this thing is to get one recipient per month
Yeah, eventually, yeah.
on the cruise.
Now, do you think is that just to be on a cruise, or is that to be with like a group, or was that, I mean,
It's a group cruise thing where a representative, one of the board members, goes and is with the recipient. They're never going on a cruise by themselves. They'll always have a representative from
right?
the charity.
All right, is the representative paying for their own, or is the group paying for it?
No, the representative, the board member pays their own way.
Okay, cool. I was just curious about
Yeah.
the little details, what have you.
No, it's okay. The way the charity works is all the only thing that the donations go for is the recipient.
Okay, is that like a 501(c) type thing, or okay?
It is originally based in Australia. They got their tax deduction redemption license out there first, and then just in the past year they got their United States charity.
Oh, cool. Okay, I was just curious. I mean, little questions like that pop in my head just on account of, I've helped with a couple different, fundraisers or whatever, and it just seems like there's so many details that people don't look at and don't think about and don't discuss, and
Well, that was kind of my job as a board member, was to advise the board of the legalities and what they could do and what they couldn't do until they got all their ducks in a row. It's funny because they're called the Down Under cruises, but we call them the ducks. So
I'm familiar with Down Under cruisers.
Yeah, DUC.
In fact, I'm familiar with I am actually somewhat familiar with the charity, as well as a lot of the stuff that y'all have done, and kudos to you. I tend to be on the periphery of a lot of different things. I was
going to say, I didn't even know that you had known what it was or was involved.
Yeah.
But then I've been uninvolved for a year.
Yeah. Well, I met Kenneth Oakes. How long has it been since I met you, Kenny?
It's been a good little bit. I think it was when I was staying, when I first become acquainted with you. I think I was staying with Destinations Delight in Michigan, I believe it was.
Well, I do remember when you were over there, but I could have swore I knew you before that. Although I talked with you, I remember talking with you a little bit more at that time while you were over there. Those were a fun series of live streams.
When was that, Kenny?
When I was staying over there in Michigan back in
at Crystals.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I met you then. I met you then when you met Kenny about the same time.
Okay.
Well, we haven't met face to face, but I mean.
Right. The fact is, I think one of the first ones I came into was it might have been Rayleigh's creative travel, maybe. Or it could have been because, I'm familiar with, in fact, I remember going on to a long time ago, went on to somebody's live stream and talked with them for a little while. I actually came up on panel. Most of the time, I just, I guess I'm a little bit like a social butterfly in that I just kind of go see what's going on out there. And,
well, I'm honored that you came on tonight. I was just saying tonight earlier that I wanted to have you on. And
cool.
And I says, I don't even have his Facebook Messenger. I don't know.
Well,
and I figured I'd have to get talk to Jenny, right? Devil Dog's wife, Devil Dog
Jamie, yeah.
Jamie, that I would have to get in touch with her to get you both or one of you or both of you on. And then you popped up and I'm like, wait a minute, here he is.
Well, I have a tendency to, there's a lot of live streams out there right now, but one of the things I look for a couple of things, one of which is, I look for this format like that we have right here, where a couple of people are on the panel, and whether they invite me on panel or not is kind of irrelevant. I like listening to the banner. Y'all stop it.
Well, we're all pretty much family here. Kenny and I go back 5 years, 4 years, something like that.
Yeah.
Mike's travel and Mike's live shows when he did the 24-hour 7. We did almost a whole month worth of non-stop live streaming.
Right, and I think I came along right after that.
Yeah, I think that's when I first met you.
Yeah, that sounds about right. And that's when I don't do a lot of travel. Well, that's not necessarily true. I travel down to Texas, go see Devil Dog.
You were just down here, and I couldn't come because I don't have a vehicle.
Well, I'm sorry, but I do travel to Texas from time to time. And I used to go to East Tennessee, once or twice a year, and I used to go up to Indiana once a year. But those are basically just family trips because I've got my daddy's a Yankee, and so we go up to Indiana regularly, or we did. I hadn't been in a few years, and my wife's sister lives just outside of Knoxville in a place called Coreyton. And so
I've heard of that. Yeah.
And it's not too far from the Gatlinburg, Pigeon Forge area, about 40 minutes, I think, something like that. But I don't exactly fit in a travel niche, but I like people. And I visit people in homesteading and gardening, in travel, in the knife community, and a little bit of everywhere. And so a lot of times I like to hang out with my boy Devil Dog. And
I love Devil Dog. He's great.
I do too. He's awesome, and I love him like a brother. He's still.
You guys fight like cats and dogs.
Well, that's because he's hard to get along with.
Yeah.
Just to put it honestly, now I think he means it. He don't mean it mean-spirited or anything. He just likes to try to see if he can get a rise out of me, I think. But Nikki, is the puppy still over there? Yeah, I see her. Okay.
My channel's kind of the same thing. Is we started out sort of more Disney because we did a Disney cruise, and we used to do Disney twice a year when I was healthy and not disabled. I owned my own business where I could afford to bring my children twice a year for 2 weeks at a time.
Nice.
And then we did camping, biking, all the mountaineering, everything like that, and skiing, you name it, we did it. and now I've just become. I'm not. I'm not. I'm not in the van scene, but I'm buying a bus. So, but I'm not a schoolie. Even though I'm
Yeah.
buying a schoolie, I'm not a schoolie channel. I'm not a real travel channel too much either. I'm a inspirational disabled person who teaches people to get out there and live their life
There we
channel.
go. That's a niche in itself.
Yeah.
So,
Because I want my children to look back and say, this is what your grandma looked like. This is what she did with her life. And we're dang proud. I
well,
want them to be proud.
I understand. For me, it's more about, well, I want almost like pub hopping, just social talking and chewing the fat and, the basically just having, entertainment,
That's what
mental.
I like about your channel. That's why I come, because it's like going to sit down to dinner with your family
Yeah,
and just hanging out and talking about how your day went and what's going on and who's having a good time, and playing games and just chilling and being in a community. It's
yes,
fun.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I totally get it. Um, I'm right there with you. The For me, I guess I it's funny because I was doing so many live streams that I've cut way back to where I'm only doing one live stream a week. I was doing some late night stuff on Tuesdays and Thursday nights, and that kind of just fell along with when I was doing the Good Cop Bad Dog show with Devil Dog,
Yeah.
and I guess because of the fact that we had kind of established midnight as the time for us to go on, because that's after I get home from work and everything, and but it got to where it was just so too much like a job, I guess, having to be there every Tuesday, every Thursday, and every Saturday. And at
Yep.
one time, I was going live as well on Sundays at 12 noon, and uh, you throw in a few pop-ups during the day, and it was just too much.
Yeah,
Um,
you were doing a lot of pop-ups. I would never know, like, I'd be, looking around and all of a sudden it would be, oh, well, look, there he is. I guess I'll jump on there. And then,
well,
like you said, I didn't see you for a while and I'm like, something's going
yeah,
on. Maybe he's getting burnt out.
I got a little burnt out, and in order to try to keep things interesting for me, I do try. I typically change gears and do something different for a while. Um, I tend to be a little OCD-ish. I have obsessive compulsive tendencies. Never been diagnosed, but still, I have a tendency to study on something so hard till I feel like I can learn everything I can about it, um, without attending some kind of a school or something. And then, once I get burnt out on it, I'm done. I
Yeah,
just,
you move on. Yeah.
but now y'all stop it.
I,
Nikki, be sweet.
my dad said he would have to nail my feet to the floor for me to actually figure out a career because I could never. He's like, pick something, and I couldn't. It was like,
Well,
no, I just can't.
I totally understand that. The only thing in college that caught my interest was, I mean, I looked at a couple different majors, but I ended up, falling into criminal justice. And so that was the only thing that I found was intriguing enough to stick with it. And at one point, I was looking at going to law school, but after, going for so long, you just, I just couldn't do it anymore. And I said, I have the hours to graduate with my BS in criminal justice. And so I went ahead and got that. Never used my degree until just a few years ago. And, oh, okay. I'm just, just following it. When a message pops up, it tends to draw my eye.
I did the same thing. If you didn't notice,
And
look
I'm
at you,
sorry.
and you're causing all that commotion.
Well,
Answering Becky after she's probably already asleep.
I apologize because I tend to drone on and talk.
No. It's not about you.
I was kind of a little busy right now, so I'm just now trying to catch up with like whatever happened in the past hour.
He's trying to fix his mouse, and my daughter came home, and they're like best friends. But my daughter's exhausted.
So what's the matter with your mouse?
It just the clicker doesn't click anymore. So I'm trying to disassemble it, try to get all the cat hair and all the debris out of it. But even though I just did that right now, I'm gonna have to buy another mouse.
I understand. I've got one of those keyless or cordless mouses and keyboard I can't use. Fact is that if you're over here close, you can have mine. But
he's in Texas with me.
Well, that makes sense, seeing as how you live up the stairs from him. I got a brand new computer, got all this new setup and what have you, and then my keyboard and didn't want to work properly, and neither did my mouse. It's got that dongle you put on, and it works on the same. I guess it was working on the same frequency that my Wi-Fi was working, and so it would work some, but only about half the time.
Yeah, so they were fighting. They were fighting for the same frequency. That's why.
Right. And so I ended up just buying me a cable, a mouse with a cable and a keyboard with a cable. So.
Yeah, I got so many Bluetooth things around it. It's like all the Bluetooths fighting each other. I had to sync them, like turn them off, half of them.
Yeah.
It was just way too much. How old are they now, the babies?
They were born on December the 2nd and December the 3rd. This one was born on December the 3rd. The other one was born on December the 2nd. And Nikki was born on, that was 2023. And Nikki was born September the 30th, 2021.
2 years old.
No, she's about a year old. So it must have been because she's like a year and 4 or 5 months old. September, October, November, December, January, February. A year and 4 months. 4 months and 2 weeks or something like that. These others, December, January, like 2.5 months old. And so Nikki was born the previous year, and we got her from Devil Dog, and that was our first Boston Terrier. And then I keep looking over here to make sure that AJ is good. I put her in my recliner.
I think Constance is now 3 in December. I think 3.
Very cool. It's a good age. Still young.
I'm trying to think. Was she a year old, Jason, when you babysat her when we went on the cruise? Poor Jason,
possibly.
The first thing she did was bite him. He goes to babysit the dog, and she jumps up and bites him in the finger, tears half his finger apart.
That hurts just thinking about it.
I know, I'm sure. Now he says hi, but he keeps his arms up.
I don't blame.
Not really.
Wow.
Sometimes I still like to tempt fate.
Very cool.
Now it's the Chihuahua you gotta. You know, Constance bit me yesterday, but it was an accident. I got a bell tied to the back door, so when they want to go out, they go ring the bell. And
That's cool. I need to do something.
I train service dogs, so they're trained to do things for me. So I have it hanging off the doorknob. I went to turn the doorknob, and she jumped up and she grabbed like under my fingernail with her like. So it was under my fingernail. I'm like,
That hurts just thinking about it.
yeah. I'm like, don't you bite, mommy. And she's like, I'm trying to ring the bell, you ding dong.
But at some point, I need to get Rosemary's claws clipped. They always get caught on one thing or another. You know, it doesn't happen with AJ, just on Rosemary. I don't know why.
Well, grab one of your wife's fingernail files and just rub it.
Yeah, not a bad idea.
That's what I do.
Well,
Rebecca clips them, and then I take the fingernail files, the kind of spongy ones,
mm-hmm.
and I just, I hold it pause and just rub it a little bit. But they
cool.
we got hardwood floors in here, and then outside is like a cement walkway, so they run on the cement. It files them down pretty good now.
Yeah, that makes sense. Mostly we got grass around here, so and a little gravel driveway, but they don't spend a lot of time on it.
Yeah, it's not gonna file them too much.
Hey Google, cancel. Thank you. I said I'll explain it in just a second. Let me put Rosemary over here so she can lay down by AJ. Hopefully.
So Jason, if you didn't notice, he's a police officer. A police officer.
I am working on lowering my blood sugar, and so
how are you going about that?
Well, I'm doing I'm dropping weight and I'm trying to lower my. Stop it, Nikki. Leave them alone. Let them go to sleep. I'm doing a low carb, high protein diet, which I mean, there's several different versions of it. It's might as well just say it's keto. There's the paleo diet. There's the Doc Atkins diet. There's the I don't know, Santa Barbara diet or something. I don't know. I know that there's quite a few of them like that.
And Palm Beach diet, yeah, there's a lot like that.
And so, anyhow, I'm using that to drop my weight. I'm down about 30 pounds, I guess. It's just something I'm working on. But along with that, the last time I went to the doctor for my wellness checkup, they took my blood and said that I was pre-diabetic, and
Me too.
I don't want to go to. I don't want to become a diabetic. So in order to avoid that, that's another reason why I'm doing the high protein, low carbohydrate diet, because that is supposed to be able to reverse it. But there's something else I'm doing that I heard about. Nikki, stop it. You see me watching you. Anyhow, I've heard that if you take, hang on, let me put the dogs in the corral.
Sounds like my house, don't it, Jason?
In a way, yeah.
Well, mine are kenneled already, and they're gone to bed.
And this may not be for everybody, but I've heard that this will lower your blood sugar. And so I've heard that if you take a half a cup of peanuts, this is a half a cup, and you soak them for at least an hour in rum. There's not any sugars in rum. All of it's been converted to alcohol. But if you soak it for 1 hour, and I'm gonna drink even though it's got more or less like alcoholic peanuts, but I will go through, and the first 2 nights I tried this, it really gave me an upset stomach. It really messed with me, but I laid off for a day and came right back to it. Now, does it work? I don't know. All I know is that, I feel good. I don't, I was having some issues with, when I go to sleep at night with my mouth drying out and what have you. That's not happening anymore. So I don't know if it's because of this. I don't know if it's because of the high protein, low carbohydrate diet. I do know that I've looked at studies on high protein, low carbohydrate diet. Hey, Megan, Megs and C's. Good to see you.
Yep.
But anyhow, and so I've been doing this, I don't know, every night for, they say it's supposed to take at least a week, but like I said, I tried it 2 nights and it upset my stomach pretty bad, but then I laid off a night and went back to it. And so anyhow.
Did that help? Because did you quit a medication that you were taking like during the same time? Because medication can make your mouth dry, but also the diabetic or pre-diabetic can do that too. Wow. I have that problem, and the cracking around the edges of your feet, the dry skin and cracking.
I do have, some of that as well. But I've been using some athlete's foot stuff for the feet, and because I do have athlete's foot anyhow, and that seems to be getting considerably better. I've dropped about 30 pounds. I'm feeling better. My sleep has been a lot better here of late in the last 3 or 4 nights. Things just seem to be on the upswing over here.
There's got to be some chemical reaction when you put the rum in with the peanuts. Not quite. I saw you doing that the other night on your show.
It's just alcohol. That's what alcohol does. Alcohol it helps cleanse out your entire system. I mean, the thing is, when it comes to alcohol, when you consume it when you're young, it really doesn't really do much for you besides makes you drunk. But when you're in your older ages, no need to offend. Sorry for the offense, but drinking alcohol when you're in an elderly age actually helps your body cleanse out some of the more impurities inside of it, because as you age, your metabolism, it all slows down.
Mine has.
Yeah, and that's what alcohol kind of does when it's more beneficial when you're in your elderly state,
like us elderly people.
And I'm getting there. I'm only 35, but I'm getting there.
I'll be quiet, Jason. I have a daughter almost twice your age. Up.
No, 35 is my badge number.
Right.
Gotcha. No, but that's just the thing about alcohol. And of course, when it comes to like eating things like peanuts, yeah, there's not much carbs into it. It's all strictly like protein. So it kind of also helps as well, but it's more or less just the alcohol. And I know how it was because when I was a former alcoholic, I was very thin. My blood sugar was low. Everything about me was pretty low because I just flooded it all out with alcohol. I just couldn't have any blood in my alcohol stream.
You drank alcohol, not beer and wine and all that. You drank straight alcohol.
Oh yeah, a beer, liquor, tequila, vodka, Everclear.
Yeah. Tequila's
There's
not
times
an
I drank.
alcohol either, really. It's,
Well, those liquors though are not pure alcohol. Usually 40 to 140% or 5% if it's a beer.
Oh yeah.
yeah.
So it's
So as long as
but
they had alcohol in it.
But high
I-
up in the 80s and 90s is close to pure as you're gonna get.
Everclear.
Everclear abstinence, right? Is
Yeah,
abstinence.
Everclear or Everclear is basically moonshine.
I love moonshine. I'm a moonshine
Oh
Well,
connoisseur.
you know why that's possible, right? Moonshine is possible, and for that matter, alcohol, because it has a lower temperature that's required for it to turn into a vapor or
Yep.
to become a gas. It's
Yeah.
around 181 degrees where it turns into a gas, whereas water evaporates at 212. So, if you make something up, if you make up what they call a beer, I guess it is, and you heat it up to 181 degrees or thereabouts, somewhere less than 212, it will evaporate. And so you capture that and you cool it back down and it returns to a liquid. And that's what you catch.
Bootlegging. That's what we kind of did when we were locked up.
I just bought a water distiller. I just bought a water distiller because I have kidney failure and I can only drink distilled water, and buying it was getting expensive. It's over $2 a bottle, a gallon for distilled water. So I bought a water distiller, and Jason says, "Oh, what'd you buy? You making alcohol down there?"
Yep.
Where were you buying it at, Lorraine?
I got it on Amazon.
Oh, okay. I'm kind of curious what that's running at the Walmart, because
The reverse osmosis is different. The ones is different. I have to have the minerals and the heavy metals and everything out of the water.
I didn't realize it was that expensive.
Yeah, to something here in Texas anyway. And that was for a pure brand. To something. The actual one that you buy in the baby section for baby bottles and stuff was cheaper.
Oh, cool.
That was weird. But I don't want all that plastic anyway. So I figure and lugging it all around. And our store isn't just like, we have Dollar General, but like to go grocery shopping, the closest HEB is 30 miles or more.
Yep.
From us, and yeah, so my daughter gets one day off a week, and we don't want to really be racing around 30 miles up and 30 miles back.
I understand. Hey, a lot of times I work 6 days a week. The fact is that, for years, first couple of years I was working about 80 hours a week. That's just too much work.
Yeah, I did that when I was younger and a single parent for so long. It was like, I was a school teacher, and then I ran my own flower shop, and I was a waitress all at the same time.
Oh, wow. My mama was a school teacher. My sister's still a school teacher. My daddy was a school psychologist.
That's my major, was psychology. I have a bachelor's in psychology.
Oh, my brothers are real estate appraisers. My mama was a school teacher. I guess I already mentioned that though.
I taught Montessori school teacher. my oldest daughter had special needs, and it just made sense to put her. If I was going to put her in that expensive of a school, being a single parent, I might as well teach. So I went and trained and did all that, and then became a kindergarten teacher when she was in first grade, so that I could pay her tuition. Work to pay her tuition. So that's why I had to work 2 other jobs, because that one just was paid specifically for her school.
Wow. Yeah, but things are going well. I mean, I'm feeling better, sleeping better. I don't know.
You look good. You look good.
Well, thank you. I don't know if my blood sugar is going down or not, but you know, I'm still taking my medication. I do have to take medication.
What do they got you on, metformin or something like that? Because I'm taking berberine, which is kind of like metformin, but over the counter.
I think my wife takes metformin. That's like an injection. I think you take it once a week or something like that.
Yeah, I think so. They have the pills. I think they have the pills, but I think the injection is better.
I take lisinopril, metoprolol, atorvastatin. I take
I'm guessing high blood pressure.
I do blood pressure. I take a low dose aspirin.
Do you get the bad high cholesterol as well? Because I never got that. I never had to worry about high cholesterol. Everything else, yeah.
But I also take omeprazole for indigestion. Although I don't really eat it, you know. But I'm there's about 5 pills I guess I take on a daily basis. Although I think one of them is just a vitamin.
They had me up to 18 pills bottles. 18 pill bottles. That wasn't like some of them were twice a day, some were take 2 once a day, you know what I mean? But 18 different pill bottles.
Wow.
Guess what I'm on now, except for my asthma medicine?
What?
0.
Oh wow, that's awesome. Now, do you take regular checkups or whatever to make sure all your numbers are good and what have you?
Most of everything I take is supplements that replenish what my body can't produce or can't produce enough of. Like I have pernicious anemia and medulla blood anemia. It's my red blood cells are too large and it doesn't they don't absorb oxygen molecules.
Wow.
So it's like kind of dead man walking.
Well, that's
yeah,
I'd never heard of that.
kind of a strange thing. And then I have a bunch of other things like MS and different things like that, a bunch of different kinds of physical disabilities. But I have a lot of I do have borderline diabetes. I edge over into diabetes and go back to borderline, then edge over in, and what else do I have besides diabetes? I used to have high blood pressure. I don't anymore. I've never had high cholesterol, but I am extremely overweight.
Yeah, I'm overweight by a good bit, which is weird because I mean, if you'd have seen me back in 2015, I reckon, which is when I went through the police academy, I actually gained 10 pounds at the academy. Most people were dropping weight at the academy. I gained 10 pounds.
You probably gained muscle.
Yeah, I don't have any doubt it was muscle. By the time we did our final PT test, I ran 1.5 miles in 11 minutes 51 seconds. Did
Wow, that's good.
84 push-ups in 2 minutes, and run the shuttle run in 1.57. I think it was 1.57 seconds, something like that. I passed. I scored. I guess. I think it was like a 98 on my PT test. Of course, I was almost 50 years old at the time. Actually, I was 50 years old when I went through it. I was the oldest person in our class.
That's really good.
Well, the oldest person to graduate.
But that's still really good.
Well, I tend to be real stubborn, and as a result, it makes me, I guess, a little bit of an overachiever or underachiever. I'm not sure what you call it.
Overachiever.
I do have a tendency to excel when I set my mind to something. In fact, I'll brag for just a second. Not that I.
You could brag.
We used to have this class. I had an instructor at the University of Southern Mississippi that whenever you had the very top score on one of his tests, you got a Jamaican dollar bill. And he only had, 2 or 3 tests a semester. I took him a few times, and I had about a dozen Jamaican dollar bills.
Wow, that helps when you go to Jamaica.
Well, I never went to Jamaica. The reason why he gave away Jamaican dollar bills is there was a studies abroad program where he took students down to Jamaica and to show the criminal justice system down there. But I, instead, I went on the studies abroad program, but I went with the studies abroad program to study Spanish in Mexico. And so I spent about a month down in Mexico. So anyhow, I truly, I can honestly say I've lived a charmed life, a blessed life. With so many, just the way society is today, I mean, I've still got both of my parents with me. And for that, both of my parents are still married to one another. I was not raised in a broken home. Now, we were poor. We were very poor when I was young, but we've always had a roof over our heads. We've always had food in our belly. We had love, and we had, my parents took me to church every Sunday and every Wednesday and taught me right from wrong. A lot, these days, from what I understand, that means I'm privileged, but it never felt like I was privileged when we were sitting there and on welfare. So, I think that it gives me a certain perspective that maybe some people don't have. I don't know. I'm sure there's plenty that have a similar perspective. But I'm blessed. I always have been, always will be. I can have my worst day and I'll still be blessed. So, because it's like the old saying, I was sad because I had no shoes until I met the man who had no feet. Regardless of the things that go wrong, there's always somebody who's got it worse and somebody who's had a rougher life than I have.
That's right.
It just becomes a question of keeping that into perspective.
Right.
And by the way, Devil Dog's father was a Pentecostal preacher too. My daddy was a preacher, but he wasn't Pentecostal. He was non-denomination. I know we're not discussing religion.
That's okay. You were just letting Kenny know that's kind of cool.
And we had a Baptist preacher, a Pentecostal preacher, and a non-denominational preacher in my family. Now that's my uncle, 2 of my uncles, and my daddy. So, I think we got our bases covered. Although I will say this, that at one point before my uncle passed away, he used to get upset because his kids would come to my father for advice and for counseling and guidance. Even though he was a Pentecostal preacher, it doesn't matter what religion you are, because you're either a good person or you're not. Either other people respect you or they don't.
Right. All three of my children have different religions, and none of them have my religion.
There we go. But at one point, my uncle, got mad at my daddy and he got jealous because his children were going to my father for guidance. My father was a very wise man, ended up becoming a very learned man. But he used to, well, I ain't going to get into that.
They could have looked for someone totally inappropriate to go to. At least they went to someone appropriate.
Well,
it doesn't really depend on how wise you are. It depends also how knowledgeable you are, because every single day we advance as a human species, and as we advance, our questions advance. So it just depends on who actually has the more advanced knowledge. I mean, yeah, wisdom comes into play because you have to really take that knowledge that you learned and use it in a way that's best can apply to the next generation. But
hey, Trev, I
yes.
won't disagree with you on that, but I will tell you this: that when I started out doing gardening, the one thing I learned pretty quick was knowledge is fine and good, but it don't mean anything if you ain't got skills. Knowledge is a starting off point where you can gain wisdom and where you can gain skills by putting that knowledge into practice. Everything in its place, but knowledge is there's no doubt knowledge is important. But from my perspective, it's just as important to have the skills and the wisdom to know when to use certain things and when to not to. Just like I lack the wisdom to know when to shut my mouth half the time because I just keep rambling on.
I'm guilty of that.
And now bringing in skills, that's another added factor that we didn't talk about, because I just talked about knowledge and wisdom. Skills is another thing all too well.
That's true. I know a lot about gardening, but having the skill to implement all that, sometimes I do accurately, and sometimes even if you've got the skill, but you don't, and you lack the motivation, because I know a lot of stuff that I'll never use. I'm sorry, I'm rambling again. I don't.
No, you're good.
No, you're fine.
I love doing this.
I was a great gardener up in Massachusetts, but my green peppers were this big this year. I started late, and it was a really scorching summer, and I picked the wrong spot for my garden. But
what kind of peppers were you growing?
Just green peppers.
Okay. I love peppers.
They're the easiest thing to grow. I mean, I should have been, it's funny. I said, you know what it was? I didn't put in jalapenos. I just should have grew jalapenos.
Oh, I love jalapenos.
They would have grew like weeds.
Well, peppers do tend to thrive on neglect. The hot peppers do tend to, I guess it's one of the reasons because, there's over 50,000 types of peppers, and a lot of them are grown in very hostile environments. I've got, in fact, right now as we speak, and
you're the one who grows ghost peppers, don't you?
I have ghost peppers, and I have Carolina Reapers, and I have some. I'm having a brain fart on some Tabasco peppers, and I've got some seeds that I'm developing or that I'm trying to get that are Trinidad scorpions, I think. No, death spirals. And I don't eat a lot of hot peppers, but I do enjoy a little bit of spicy food from time to time.
Kenny's the spicy food person.
Kenny, do you like spicy peppers, brother?
Oh, I do. I can actually eat. I've actually eaten a Carolina Reaper pepper.
I have to. How long did you go before you drank anything?
I've actually went a couple hours.
That's impressive. You sound a lot like you ought to get together with Devil Dog. Devil Dog once ate a. I took him some. I either sent him some peppers or took him some, and he's. I said, in fact, one video we've got him eating a Carolina Reaper, 2 ghost peppers, and 2 habaneros. At one setting, and he went an hour before he drank anything. That's about 4.4 million Scovilles. He and Al Chafe, my back step, and Gerbs, BC, I think it's BC Gerbs, and who else was it? Johnny, Barefoot Johnny. At one point, did the 1 chip challenge.
Yeah.
Gerbs just almost as soon as it began, bowed out and threw up in his handkerchief, I think. Johnny lasted for 5 minutes, 7 minutes, something like that. But Al and Devil Dog both went over an hour before they drank anything, and I don't think they had to then. But it was making Al's mouth bleed.
My son went over an hour. I don't think he got anything to drink. He loved that. He wanted to do another one right away.
That's cool. But I do grow. In fact, I don't know if you know Traveling Fools.
I do. Yeah.
Traveling Fools grows Carolina Reapers too. I was supposed to get with him, and we were going to have some kind of a thing, but we never ended up doing it. That would have been probably October, November last year. But I know a lot of. Well, like I said, I'm a social butterfly. I do tend to. I go a little bit everywhere, and see a little bit of what's going on over here and what's going on over there. The trouble is, it's hard for me to pay attention to much of anything. That's why I've got 5 channels. I've got 5 channels so that I can sit there, and I've got one about critters, Belt Loop 29Q critters, so I can go over and do something with my dogs. I've got my Belt Loop 29 in food, just so that if I cook, I can put it on there. If I eat at a restaurant, have a drink, whatever, I can put that on there. I've got my Belt Loop 29. What's the other one? Belt Loop 29 Plain, which is a mishmash of everything. I've got Belt Loop 29 Homestead, which is, I kind of developed that. It was food forest, permaculture. Then I went from that to gardening, and I changed that to homestead because gardening is included in homesteading. And we've got goats and what have you. And then I developed YouTube Police because I wanted a place where I could just sit down and talk with other police officers. But that just, nothing ever happened with that. And so I just kind of developed it as a.
I've been on that one. I've been not on it up on panel, but I've been at it before. Right. I didn't realize that it was like kind of for police officers.
Well, it was.
It's just another channel.
But it is just another channel. At first, it was intended to be just for police officers, but that never really worked out. And so I just decided I was going to try to keep it separate from Belt Loop 29, but all the people I know Belt Loop 29, and I did a really piss poor job of, I would come up on a panel, forget to change my name.
You're up here as YouTube Police.
Right. And so, I went on to one live stream last night, and I guess I changed my name 5 times or more just to go through my different channels. But, it's, I don't know. they say that if you have a specific niche, if you stick to it on that channel, it helps YouTube algorithm find the individuals to show your videos to. I guess your live streams as well. But that's the reason why I have my food channel. That's the reason why I have my homestead channel. And that's the reason why I have my cute critters channel. And YouTube police was going to be kind of a niche too. But since it never really worked out, and that just seemed like a struggle from the get-go, and Belt Loop 29, I've had this channel since 2008, even though I never did a video before 2020. So, and even then it started off gardening. So I don't know. It's just,
I don't believe that YouTube is staying by that kind of use of the algorithm anymore.
well, that may be, but I do
Because
know.
you know how many people, large channels, are leaving because they're not being monetized properly. They're losing subscribers because they're not being shared out. Like YouTube is playing another mix it up, mess everybody over game again.
Yes, ma'am. I
And
share.
you can hear about it on tons of channels.
Well,
I don't care. I mean,
well,
I speak my mind.
yes, ma'am. I got no problem with that. I got no issues whatsoever. I don't tend to look at larger channels. If I go to the live or if I go to the home screen and I look at lives, if they've got 1,000 people in there, I ain't going in there. If they've got,
I'm subscribed to like larger channels, and I started watching them like, okay, I'll give you, not that I'm name dropping, but like Stephen Gardner. I don't know if you have ever heard of him, but he used to do shows about money and how to invest and how to budget and all that. And then they started not pushing his channel out, and he started losing numbers. And then when COVID happened, he started talking about COVID and the stimulus checks and different things like that. And he gained back his audience again and got more sponsors and was doing really well and was giving back to the community. He would have take all of his earnings and give it back to the community by doing almost like you do, the games to spin the wheel or whatever.
yes,
or some random drawing where the person once a month you get $2,000 or whatever to help people out who needed it. And then they started having an issue with that, and now he does political garbage that I can't stand. Hearing about the wars and the politics and the garbage. It's the same as watching, not that he picks a side, because he doesn't. He's kind of middle of the road. He's not blue, he's not red, he's not this or that, he's not liberal, he's not whatever. He just says what's going on, the truth about what's going on. But I still I watch him because I've been with him a long time, and he's, he relies on the income. So I watch him, but now I'm almost to the point where I'll turn it on and I'll turn the volume completely down. But now he's actually losing subscribers again, and it's not the subscribers leaving, it's YouTube.
Well, I don't doubt that whatsoever. But from this is my perspective on the whole thing. There's a really good reason why I do not watch larger channels.
Do you want me to put this up?
You can if you like. I was going to explain something about it. This is my main channel. This is the one I started with when I started putting up videos. I started out doing a couple of gardening things, but then the end of the summer got there, and I only garden during the summer because that's, vegetables, tomatoes, that type of thing. And this is the channel I've been working on fairly consistently, since 2020. And it is my top channel. It is a monetized channel. And right now, this has grown to 3,262 subscribers. At the next channel I started working on consistently was the YouTube Police, and I felt like it was doing pretty good.
Did you want me to add something different?
Just leave it up there for a minute, and I'll.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
That's
I heard
okay.
a beep. I thought I should do something.
That's all right. And this one I felt like was doing all right. It's at 1,685, which is, it makes sense that it wouldn't be up with the other one because, it's almost identical in a lot of respects. I do have some different material that I reserve for one or the other, just so that there's some differentiation. But, still, it's, now I started kind of doing a little bit here and there on the others. But it quite quickly, it didn't take long at all for my Belt Loop 29 Cute Critters channel. Come on, there we go.
Yeah, I've never visited that one at all.
That one has surpassed that one surpassed YouTube Police, and it's now almost at 2,100 subscribers. And
that's just everybody loves animals.
That's right. And so, but still, I've had animals on one and or another of the other channels, I think at one point or another, even though that wasn't their focus.
Right.
But the focus on this one has been strictly to be the animals. And so I think to some degree, the niche does help to some degree. I'm not saying it's the only factor because I don't believe it is.
No, I think the niche helps. Like I watched the Hoof GP, and what he does is he just trims cows' hooves he's over in Scotland. And that's what he does. He trims hooves. And he's huge channel. And but he's also got charisma.
Yeah. Well, let me explain it as well. At one point, I was initially watching a lot of the stuff I was watching for information to learn.
I do that too.
But I've gotten to where my focus has shifted from being entertained and or learning to working on my channels. When I spend more time in channels that aren't mega channels, the people are more approachable. They're more friendly. To me, it's more entertaining. And it's been my experience that typically when I'm dealing with smaller channels, they're a lot more likely to come look at my channel than some mega channel if I go in with 1,000 subscribers.
They're not going to bother with you.
That's right.
They're not bother with you.
And since
not unless you can find a way of making them look good.
I'm sure. But I guess my bottom line on it is, for me, it's a lot more. This is a lot more personal. This is a lot more, face to face, or than going through and doing. Now, the problem that you run into when you do what I'm doing is that first of all, there's only so many hours in a day. And the more people that become associated with my channel, the less time I have. And a channel either has to grow on one of two merits. It can be grown on an individual personal level, like, going through and visiting people, getting to know them, letting them get to know you. But even then, the wider your circle of that becomes, the less time you have to devote showing, and a problem with that to some degree is that a lot of those individuals, while they make, I am subject to the whim of YouTube and whatever pops up in my face as soon as I go on YouTube. And I'm not
We all
only
are. We're all.
exactly,
It don't matter the size of your channel.
well, even so, I cannot keep up with when everybody's live.
No.
And it doesn't, and I'm not always going to YouTube to look to see who's live.
Right.
Now it does happen that, I don't know, honestly, I don't know how many live streams that you have had, but I do know that I don't see them I don't remember seeing any of them other than this one. And I saw this one and hopped up on it. And I'm not saying that I'm intentionally avoiding your live streams. That's
no,
not
I never thought that. I thought that whatever floats YouTube's boat is what's going to happen.
I agree. But
the more interaction that I have with other channels, I find they spread me out a little bit more. And
that's
then
right.
the more interest the sponsors, or not sponsors, but the advertisers have in my channel, the more YouTube will put me out, like that. And I told a very big company who's advertising everywhere that if they didn't send me my product, that I was going to say something on my YouTube channel. And they advertise on YouTube.
Well, I have never been approached by anybody for any product whatsoever.
That's odd.
Well, it's fine with me. I don't ultimately, I don't want to be, well, I guess it's just out of sight, out of mind. But see, here's the problem. Like I said, you can build the channel one of two ways. One, you can build it on the interpersonal. The trouble with that is a lot of times, people will come to your lives, and if the material is good enough, people will come to my lives. If my subject matter, if my entertainment value is there, some will stick around. However, some people come to my lives just because of the fact that a lot of people that come to my lives, a lot of the people that do come to my lives like networking, and so they'll go and they'll connect with these other, and so ultimately, a lot of the people that are there for a while, will figure out, or they will understand that in order to grow larger, they have to expand further than where they're at. And so
that's what I've been trying to teach a couple of channels that I know of, that they stay within their niche. They don't cross-pollinate, and I'm trying to explain that's not good marketing strategy. You have to go further than just the people that you can see around you.
Right. Which brings me to my second point. The only other way to really to grow a channel is going to be subject matter. It's going to be putting material out there that's going to reach beyond, without, to let it work, let it do the heavy lifting, let it do the work. And a lot of people, get stuck, or they get attracted to this because they can see results for their efforts.
Right.
But a lot of people don't want to put in the effort or the thought required to make a video that is going to be an evergreen video, or that is going to be searchable, or is going to be, go out there and being, work for you, I guess.
They don't title it right. A lot of them do clickbait, and clickbait doesn't last very long, and it's annoying as heck. And you get in there, and whatever they clickbaited, they say a 2-second thing about that one thing, and that the rest of the subject matter has nothing to do with that.
Right. Well,
with mine, it's like I talk about so many different subjects like you do.
Yeah.
But I try and make the basis of my title, about what the meat of what my show is going to be about.
Yes, ma'am. But
like mine says I'm back, meaning everybody knows I've been gone because I've been sick, or anybody who pays any attention to me.
yes,
And
ma'am.
then the people who don't know me were like, who's this? What does she mean she's back? What happened? And that gets them in. And I've been talking about what's been going on in my life. Why was I gone? Where have I been gone? Have I been in and out? Have I still posted content? I have. I just haven't done lives in
Right.
a month or Sundays.
I think that one of the and I know I don't do a very good job of explaining all my thoughts, and I do become a little bit passionate about the subjects that I feel like I know something about. But I'm chasing a squirrel down a rabbit hole, or a rabbit down a rabbit hole, and I'm trying to regroup my thoughts. I think that I'm always trying to get a little bit better at what I'm doing. And you're right, titles are important, thumbnails are important, subject matter is important. But I think a lot of people have a tendency to lean on the live streams. And that's because of the fact that there's virtually no editing.
There's no effort.
That's right. It's just a lot of conversation, and it's great entertainment to kind of lose yourself, and especially if it's an interesting topic. But when it comes to your longer format, more so your longer format than shorts, because shorts, man, I shot 200 shorts when I was at the Houston Zoo. I've got over 400. I've got over 400 shorts that are uploaded right now. Let me look just to give you an exact number.
Did you do a long format and then attach the short to it? Or did you just do shorts with no long format?
I do have a few widescreen, but I've gotten to where I typically, I do a little bit of editing because I will shoot some widescreen, and a lot of times I'll put those together or edit them together. Sometimes, but it's been lately, I guess, because of the fact that shorts are just so easy. I'm lazy, I guess, and so I've been focusing on doing shorts, but in part because I kind of burn out on live streams, doing live streams and feeling obligated to do them, and it's something different to keep my interest. I don't care about being monetized, although I've given away every penny that my channel has made, whether it be somebody who needed a tire, whether somebody needed, food for their dogs, whether I saw needs and I tried to fill them. My first year, every penny. In fact, I think
I've seen you do that. I've seen you donate. It's
yes, ma'am.
Awesome what you do.
And then I was giving away every penny plus another, X amount of dollars every month, according to what my channel was bringing in.
Right.
But I've recently, I guess a month ago, decided what I'm going to do I'm still going to spend it, and it's not really going to be on me as much as it is. I'm going to spend it on the I will be spending whatever my channel makes on the meetups that we have. We've been having there once a year over in Texas. And
right. You mentioned that. I was in that live stream when you were saying that next year you want to double it, make it better, make it longer. And I was glad because then I'll probably be able to come. Where this year it was only for a short amount of time. I didn't have a working vehicle. I didn't know what Jason's our ride for any long trips. And
Well,
we were so busy, I didn't even broach him about the subject because I didn't exactly know how interested he'd be and drag him all the way up to Houston and,
well, hopefully he's interested enough to come this next year. We're gonna have, I think about 3 days we'll have a barbecue contest. We'll have a fishing contest. We'll have we'll do a few other things. I want to include a napping contest, but Devil Dog keeps insisting that no, we ain't doing no napping contest.
I'd win. I'm good at napping.
I am too. I like taking a nap.
Except for today, the roofer, we're getting a new roof on the apartment building, and the roofer, well, I didn't know whether it was coming or going, and so I lay down at a certain time, and I have to sleep at that certain time, or I can't sleep. So.
I understand. I'm sorry, I've monopolized the conversation here, and I never intend to do it. I just always end up doing it. And
better you than me. I do it all the time.
But my apologies to Kenneth and Jason, as well as you, Lorraine.
Oh no, because Jason barely ever talks, and Kenny, Kenny talks, but you got to get the right subject going. And me, you can't shut me up, except if I have an interesting guest like you, then I actually shut up. You can ask Jason; he'll nod. Yeah, see.
Yeah. Well,
he has to put up. He's like. I really.
My mind is in so many places, but somehow I'm able to like just be in the situation, even though I don't look like I'm in the situation.
And Kenny's multitasking always.
Hey, I can't multitask. You can ask Devil Dog. Fact is, if I'm trying to multitask, he can normally tell it because I only talk with about 3 people on the phone.
At the same time?
No. Well, sometimes, we'll get these conference calls started sometimes, and there'll be multiple people, but it's always a combination of 1 or 2 or 3 people, it seems like. A lot of times I'll be talking with him and Jamie will be there. Sometimes my wife will call in, or sometimes I'm either talking with Devil Dog, I'm talking with Tammy, or I'm talking with my friend Jeremiah. Those, if I'm on the phone, there's a 95% chance that's one of those 3 is going to be on the phone with me. But we do sometimes, get conference calls with like T-Rocks, Vittles and such, or Southern Boy Prepper, or just whoever. Sometimes Tammy will call in when I'm there, or Jerry from Butler Family Farms, or there are a few people that I talk to, just not typically. And I don't know where I was heading with that statement. So
there goes your squirrel brain again.
Yeah. Well, my mind jumps so many different. Oh, I know what it was. When I'm talking with Eddie, Lord knows if I'm sitting there doing something on the computer and trying to talk to him at the same time, he'll usually realize it because I'll start stuttering and start saying and something like this, and he'll tell me, quit trying to multitask. So I have to sit there and pay attention to what he's saying.
That sounds like Kenny. Kenny does the same exact thing, and until finally his brain clicks in and goes, "Wait, we were talking about."
Happens to me all the time, Kenny. Hey, it was good to see you. I'm glad I caught your live stream.
I can't believe you did. I'm like, whoa, talk about. I don't know. I must have did something to stir YouTube up then.
Well, I go to my subscribers, and I'm subscribed to you on at least one channel, maybe all 5. I don't know. And so, I mean, I may be. I don't know. But when I
do
see
all kinds of subjects, but I only have one channel. I'm like a smorgasbord. You never know what you're gonna, or you never. How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pops? We'll never know because
It's for me. It's never the title. It is either. It is. It's almost never the title. I did not even know that was your title until I actually was already in your live stream. Now, if I'm looking at for a particular subject, I'll search for it, and I will scan the titles then. But for me, it's when I I look for a couple things. As I think I mentioned already, I look at the format. And I look at either I'll look at the whose live stream it is, and when I see that, I also see how many people's in the live stream. How many
we
people?
were just the three of us for a bit there.
Right, and that's fine. It's not always about the number of people in the live stream. But if
so what caught you? What I'm getting at is what caught your attention exactly?
Because it was yours.
Oh, because it was mine.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
I noticed that it was yours, traveling with special abilities, and I wanted to come in
all the time, anytime. If you ever want to collaborate or anything, let me know. Because I'm always up here by myself. I have to drag Penny in all the time.
For me, it's typically, there's to kind of try and break it down. At least I look and see if I see somebody that hasn't been to my live ever, then I may or may not. But if it's somebody that I've seen in my live stream, that makes a difference to me. If I come across them doing a live stream and they've supported my channel, then they've got a whole lot better chance that I'm going to go into theirs than somebody who I don't know from Adam.
I'm guilty of that. I'll be cruising through, scrolling through YouTube, and I'll go, hey, I wonder what they're up to.
Yeah.
Because you recognize who they are, what they, something, and it'll be like, hey, that I wonder what they're doing. I wonder how come they haven't done a live in a while, or what they're doing. And so I'll jump in. I do the same thing.
I typically try to go to, when I'm looking for a live stream to hop into and find some entertainment, meet some folks, talk with folks, I'll usually go to subscriptions. All right. The trouble with that is I'm subscribed to, I would think, about 1,000 people.
Yeah, I got a lot of that I'm subscribed to too.
I scan and I look for red. I look right up top, I'll look and see who's live. And if you were to look at my subscriptions thing, there's a lot of videos, there's a few live streams, and there's some shorts, there are now a lot of the people that I'm subscribed to never come to any of my lives. And but there's also, I look at the format to see if there's people on panel. I will look at because I'm subscribed to some people. I don't know how I got subscribed to them, but have 1,000 people in their chat. That's not exactly somebody I'm looking to go interact with. That's, there's nothing personal about that.
Yeah.
And so, and there are some people I know some, I'm ashamed to say it, but I've got somebody that I know really well that I don't go into their live stream. And I only know one person like this. And the reason why I don't go into their live stream intentionally, even though I'm still subscribed and I still see their live stream, I used to go into theirs religiously, be in there every time. But I was treated fairly poorly by this individual. And while I'm still on a friendly basis with them, I there were several slights that I just, you know,
You
I
don't.
got a lot of friends that's friends with this person, but it's, you know, and I'll be friendly if I see them. I'm, you know, no big deal.
Yeah.
But, you know, if I see people that have been into my live stream and made comments, and I try to always look at the people that are in the live stream. Even if I miss a comment here or there, and I try to go through and pay them back in kind. Most of the time, I say something. Occasionally, I'll hop into a live stream, listen for a few minutes, hit the like button, and I was into a live stream tonight. Um, but because of circumstances, when I go into a live stream and it's one I attend regularly, there's 20 people in there that will say hello to me if I come in there, and I'll have to say hello back. It's not that I have to, it's that I want to, but and I feel like I should because, you know, after all, they took the time to say hello to me. But
Right.
if I'm on my phone, it's hard for me to type, you know, and I don't have on computer. I can probably type about as fast as I can think. The
Kenny writes, sorry I can't say hi to everybody individually, but I'm on my phone.
Yeah, I did that tonight. In fact, I went in, but did a big old long statement at the very beginning of the live stream. It went for 2 hours, you know, and I was in there the entire time. But I didn't say anything except for that first initial comment, and I don't even think anybody said anything to me because I said something about I'm on my phone. I can't, you know, beat a lot of responses, and then at the very end, you know, it had died down a little bit, and I did heard something that I felt like I ought to make a comment. I made a comment, and then it started, you know, having to, and that's just tough, and I'm not very good at that. And I was at work, and I didn't have my computer, and there's all sorts of excuses. But
Oh,
I
yeah,
guess
no, but your fingers are bigger than mine, and I go to write dog and I write dig every single time. My finger does not go all the way to the O, it stops at the I,
yeah,
and I always write dig. And I have Grammarly on my phone. So it should correct it, but it doesn't. And I'm always sending, oh, look at the cute little dig. Oh, look at your dig do this. Look at your dig do that. And then I'm like, you know, so I'm not this kind of, you know, I'm a hunt and peck texter, not I don't know
on
how
my
they can do.
text, I'm
My
the same
thumbs,
way.
I got arthritis. There's no way.
I'm the same way when it comes to text. I have to poke. You
Poke,
know,
yeah.
if it comes to a computer, man, I can rip and roll with the computer. I I type honestly. A lot of times I can type about as fast as I can think. But you know, if I start throwing a few $5 words in there, then I have to stop a little bit slower. But and I may have to backtrack or right click if I miss, you know, if I throw an extra letter on there on accident, just because my fingers are moving so fast. Sometimes it'll accidentally drag along another thing. But the I I try to pay attention, um, but I'm also keenly aware of the fact that shorts are what gain subscribers. And I'm not sure why I care about subscribers. I mean, not that I don't care about my subscribers. I don't care about gaining subscribers for the most part, even though it feels good. I do, but I don't, if that makes any sense.
Yeah,
Um, shorts,
it's kind of like a goal, but it's not necessary. I've been a channel since 2018, and yeah, because of being ill, I've come and gone, come and gone, come and you know, sort of sporadic, and so I just reached 205 subscribers or 204 subscribers finally, and I kind of celebrate, but then I don't care to be monetized anyway. Because if I want to make money off of it, I'll do Patreon and I'll do sponsorships. But I don't want to be nickel and dimed by YouTube. But as far as getting subscribers, to me, it's more like I don't want to be made fun of for being such a small channel and being on so long. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
It's like I feel like I should be bigger, at least 1,000 since 2018. But,
Well, I'll tell you what I think. I think that if a person cares about doing, gaining subscribers, they do shorts. Shorts gain a lot of subscribers. The fact is, on my main channel, out of the last month, I guess I've supposedly gained 86 subscribers. If I look at content or audience under shorts, let's see. That's not it. Shorts. Under shorts says I've gained 118. So it's saying I've gained more subscribers than my channel has netted overall. And
right.
So if somebody, what it boils down to is if somebody is interested in gaining subscribers, if that's somebody's focus, do shorts. If somebody wants watch hours, do longer format and do lives. Lives is really where it's at for watch hours.
Yeah, I haven't been doing lives at all in, like I said, a while, but I do usually 2 shorts a day and 1 longer stream a day, usually just stuff I have on file from before. I'm still doing Kenny's Disney trip. Because after the cruise, after he became the recipient of the cruise, my daughter and I took him to Disney World for 11 days because he had never been to Disney, and I wanted to gift him a trip to Disney. So we got off the cruise ship and drove right up to Orlando and stayed for 11 days. So that's the last big trip that I've taken and done anything at.
Are those your dogs, Angel Maleficent? I'm looking. You've got a Boston Terrier on one of your shorts.
Yeah, Constance is the Boston Terrier. Maleficent is the kind of dark brindle. It looks like she's part Dachshund, part Boston, and part her mom was a Callahoola, and her dad was Dachshund Boston.
All right. Let me.
And then I have a Chihuahua, a white Chihuahua.
That's cool. My parents have a Chihuahua named Precious.
Her name is Willow, and she says, "I love my mama." So I have a short of her just saying, "I love my mama. I love my mama."
I think I've seen. On most shorts, it seems to me the title seems to make such a huge difference. I don't know why, but I guess it's because it's metadata. But
yeah.
I've gotten to where I may write out several titles before I actually make it public, just because of the fact, and see which one sounds good.
When they first came out, or when they were testing metadata, I got a promotional thing that I got to do with FastX. So my short is my photos in the commercial for FastX. It's
Yeah.
under my shorts.
Can I make a suggestion?
What?
Well, never mind. It
No,
ain't
go
my
ahead.
place to tell anybody.
No. I come to you for advice. That's one of the reasons why I started watching you, because you were giving unsolicited advice.
Well, yeah, that's just it. I don't, I probably shouldn't. The
No,
fact
I
is,
like it. Tell me, I want to learn. I like learning.
I see that several of your videos have hashtags in the title.
Yeah, you're supposed to.
Not really.
I don't think so.
You don't need to have hashtags.
You don't need to, but they encourage you to.
Well,
It's
I know
like if you're
has,
trying to promote onto like Twitter or Instagram.
Well, some of mine do go on Instagram.
Okay.
When I
When
was
you're-
subscribed to StreamYard.
All right. Well, I'm looking at your top five shorts right now.
Okay.
All right. Only one of your top 5 shorts has a hashtag in it.
Right. I was probably lazy the other ones.
All right. Out of your top 10, only 2.
Mm-hmm.
Out of your top, 3 of the next 5, but your top 10, 8 of the 10 don't have hashtags. My recommendation is play with it a little bit and see if keeping. I try to come up with really short titles.
When you do anything for Disney with Disney in it, you have to hashtag the crap out of that, especially if it's a POV, because if it's a POV, people search specifically to learn what the ride is about and get to see it live.
On YouTube? Okay. Not really.
Yeah, point of view. Yeah, they do. Disney? Are you kidding me? I know everything about Disney.
Okay. Well,
when you want to go on vacation, you want to know what the ride's about, you hashtag soaring POV. You do what's the other popular rides? Any of the popular rides in Disney, so that you get to sit there and experience it. In fact, one of my POVs is soaring. It's Kenny on soaring for the first time.
Let me ask you a question. How many of your shorts are about Disney?
A handful.
All right. And you've got, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15. You've got 45 shorts.
Yep.
All right.
But I don't have hashtags in all of them in the title.
I know. What I'm saying though is that you have 15, and looking through it, I've only seen a couple. In fact, I had to search for one on Disney. And I'm not. Hey, I did a video one time about an antique rock. I looked at a rock, said, "Oh, an antique rock."
You're the one who got me doing shorts, is because you said do shorts about everything. If you walk out in the yard, do a short about a rock. And that's the exact one that made me start doing so many shorts.
That's right.
I take your advice.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I haven't filmed a rock yet, but
one of the things that I have found, and I would say experiment with it, just to find what works for you. But something else I do know is I feel like is important, is to make the titles very short. If you can keep it 2 or 3 words, a lot of times that will help. Or ask a question. Make it short, the title short, make it easy, because a lot of times people aren't going to see the stuff on the end anyhow. So I understand why, but if you make it short, it's easier for them, I think. And again, all this is all based on speculation and what I think. I can show you.
It's not necessarily they need to be shorter, because I'm looking at the shorts right now, and a lot of them are actually perfectly numbered.
Yeah.
Mine?
It's just that a lot of the stuff is not really eye-catching in a way. This is like
That's
some stuff that you can see like in some kind of like regular when it comes to like shorts, they need something that's like really eye-popping, or something that's the visual, just like the thumbnails, or actually you can't even make a thumbnail in a
Right.
short,
You
but
can't make a thumbnail.
they have to be something that's really kind of
yeah.
very
With the shorts, it has
eye-catching.
to be a piece of the film. You can't really do a thumbnail for a short, so it has to
Yeah.
be part of the content.
Well,
And a lot of times I don't pick it. A lot of times it's picked by the what I use to make it, what I use to create it with.
you know, my first big short was Cute Roddy Playing Football. That was the title of it. The next one was How to Speak Redneck. That dog was
I like that one.
a
That's a
first
good
for
time.
me, Bike Repair Station. Locks on the Byram Swinging Bridge. Tammy's not hurt. Now I'm seeing them backwards. Tammy is frustrated with me. Bribery and jealousy both failed. Our old-fashioned root beer in frozen mud. Buffalo posing for camera. The wreck of aggressive driver. Petals of the past and fate. I guess they are a little bit long, aren't they? Nikki is holding out for a better offer. That's a
One
pretty
of
big.
mine is Lion Attack, and that's a real popular one last week.
Yeah, I saw that. And
Yeah, because it's something that's different. It's unlike the housewares or food or looking at the dogs from the backyard. It stands out a lot more.
I'm sorry, but the pig coming over to visit the dogs was good. I got a lot of views on that one.
the
Pigs.
I guess the main point is just
Except for that rope line going back and forth in front of the window.
I don't see that one.
I would suggest, just a suggestion, is to experiment a little bit with titles. Be consistent in it. If you have success with a live stream, I mean not a live stream, with a short, for example, if you have a short of your puppy dogs and that goes well, try another one of your puppy dogs. Try working out 4 or 5 titles. I've changed titles midstream.
Yeah. I've gone back and changed the title like 3 times. I posted it with one title. It wasn't doing that great. So I edited it to a different title just to see if it would do better, and it did. So I left that title.
Yep, I do the same thing. I think playing around with the titles helps. Although sometimes I think you just got to leave it and hopefully it sticks. I've gotten to where at one point I was averaging, I think, around 1,700 views per short, but I wasn't being overbearing with it. As far as I didn't just totally load up, I was,
Well, you also have a bigger channel than I do, so.
Well, that was on what I'm talking about was not on my main channel. I don't get as many views on that channel as I did my Cute Critters. The Cute Critters is the one that was getting 1,700 views over 1,700 views per short.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, nobody knows me. I'm like the old lady who lives downstairs.
Oh, I know. But one thing I have found is that it's gotten to where on a lot of my shorts, it'll hit and it'll have an initial thing, and then it'll go for so long, and then it will sometime no,
Up?
it'll take another dive up.
Oh.
And so it's almost like it's doing not one search on it. The initial search seems to be just amongst people that have already seen it. The way the algorithm works is once they've seen your stuff, they're more likely to show it again. That person, your stuff.
And they also share it and then show it to like people like Rebecca will come home from work and I'll say, "Did you see this? Check this out." And I'll show it again. Something to her, something I saw to her.
Yeah.
I'll just go back in my history and go, "I saw this today."
If it's in your history, they're more likely to show you something else by that person. But yeah. I think that after it goes through that initial thing, if it'll continue to probe a little bit with it, some of the better ones that have a higher swipe percentage, higher percentage viewed, all this type of thing, they'll look at the statistics on that. By the way, and something else I've also learned, longer does not mean better. No. Sometimes just a short little clip, 4 or 5 seconds.
Oh yeah, good. I've had 7 seconds, and mine vary. Mine go from below 15 to up to 30, sometimes 60, but not usually.
Well, most of mine are around 7 seconds. Most of them. And the reason I look at it like this, if I'm creating a very, very short, they're going to have a higher percentage of it watched.
Yeah.
And the percentage of viewed dictates oftentimes whether or not they're going to try to poke it out somewhere else, find another audience for it.
Well, sometimes if it's like 3 seconds, they start watching it, and before they realize they really didn't want to watch it, it's over anyway. So they're stuck.
Well, that's right.
They're trapped. They watched it in entirety.
That's right. And that's their decision to click on it was based on the title and or the thumbnail.
Right, not the content.
All right. But the way that YouTube interprets that though, is they watched 100% of your video.
Yeah.
So they're going to take something that has an appetizing title, an appetizing video, and they're going to push it out a little bit further because it got 100%, 110% of view time. And Lord knows if somebody goes to, I made note of this because Devil Dog told me that a lot of my videos, kept repeating before he could type in a response.
Oh,
and so Lord knows if somebody's trying to put a response in, it's going to go through more than once anyhow.
Oh yeah. I've had that happen to some of the shorts that I've watched. How many subscribers did you get off of that one really short?
I've got a bunch of shorts.
No, that particular 3-second short. How many subscribers did you gain from that?
Well, I'm going to head out. Sorry about
that. Okay, thank you for coming up.
I'm going to head out.
I'm sorry for dragging it out. I got to go too. I honestly do.
And Kenny left without even saying bye.
Basically.
Hey, if I sit here, I normally am in bed by 2 o'clock. If, Central Time, if I'm not in bed here in the next few minutes, my wife's going to come in here and say, when are you coming to bed? Because she doesn't sleep well if I'm not in bed.
Fair.
So,
well, thank you for coming, both of you. And you both are welcome to come back anytime. In fact, I encourage you. I'm always up here by myself.
I'm more than happy to. I work a lot and I don't get home till around midnight. But
I'm always here. Whenever you see that little green light, you're welcome. to come up.
All right.
Also,
All right,
Rebecca, if
thanks,
you're watching,
Jason.
good night.
Good night.
Thank you for hosting.
Thank
And
you.
good to meet you and good to see you again. And I will see y'all in the funny papers. Y'all have a good evening and God bless you.
Thank you.
Likewise.
Good night.
Likewise.
Well, that was an interesting show. I am so glad to have good friends like that to come in and join me and have a good time. And man, I didn't realize how long it went. And oh my goodness, let's see, how long has it been? I can't see. Can't see. Been up here a long time. Anyway, well, thank you all for coming. Let me just send you off with one last little advertisement of who we are and what you came in to find out what I'm all about. Here you go. And have a good night. Enjoy this little clip.
You can do this. One of the most used phrases ever to motivate people to do things they never thought were possible. But what does it really mean? Does it take into consideration my disability? Does it take into consideration my finances? I've asked these questions over and over as I've grown up. The only answer I've come across that makes any sense is another question. Do I have the willpower to do this? It's not about what we struggle with. It's not about what we don't have. It's about what we do have. And we have willpower. We have love and support from friends and family. We want to see things and experience things. We are not traveling with disabilities. No, we are traveling with special abilities. So come, join us with your special abilities.
Good night, everybody.